Morning, Tim. EB. Nice to be back, Paula. Hope you enjoyed your buddy Trent Spitz. I think Trent misses us. He said something very nice about all of you texters and in the Twitch chat room when I texted with him yesterday, and I just said, hey, how'd it go? Blah, blah, blah. He said, I really miss your guys' audience. Okay. That's a very nice compliment to you guys. You wild and wacky kids, you. Morning, Ambient, Arch, Coffin Ball. Exactly. Ah, shucks. Thanks, guys. Morning. They called me Gabe Kaplan when I had my fro growing up.
Not Let's Go Mets for a hashtag? What the hell?
Yeah, system play was close yesterday.
Yeah, I went 0-2, though.
0-1, I thought.
No. Michigan was a favorite, and Michigan was a favorite at Nebraska. They won and covered. And the late game, the one out west, Colorado and Kansas.
Kansas not ranked. I know.
When I looked at it in the morning, they were
ranked.
Out.
That's right. No, Kansas unranked.
I made a mistake.
And by the way, that would have been a brutal beat. I think that was a half-point beat. The Michigan beat was 1.5 points. The Kansas beat would have been by a half. So we're 6-6 in our last 12 system plays. Last week we went 6-5. National Chocolate Covered Day. Interesting.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final Tuesday of February. Hope your week got off to a good start yesterday, and thanks for being with us. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. So how was Trent yesterday?
Trent did just fine. Exactly what I expected. He was excited. He was fired up. He had a Lions shirt, a Lions hat, a Lions drinking cup that he was drinking his water out of, and he had a completely blank wall behind him where he was in his house. And there was one window with just a shade that you could see a wall and a shade. And then on that windowsill was a mini Lions helmet.
Oh,
the only thing in the background.
My goodness, is this his bedroom from when he was 8? I mean, my goodness, he couldn't work in anything Pistons even? I mean, they're playing out of their gourd. They're going to avoid the play-in at this rate. He couldn't even work the Pistons into the lineup.
He was all Lions. That's his team. And he knows we are predominantly a football show.
True. Didn't even work Tigers in, for goodness sakes. Although I sense he's not as big a Tigers fan. I sense the Tigers are a distant third.
Yeah, I would say that. It's Lions clear 1, Pistons 2.
Right.
And then he's a Michigan State guy, so I think Michigan State sports fall in before even the Tigers. But
right. So how's our young lad doing? We sent him off to college. Okay, is he doing okay? Has he kept his grades up?
He's doing just fine. He was asking if you could send him some money.
Hasn't he heard your pleas for help? I mean, did you remind him? Okay, we don't have any money. We have just enough sponsors to pay the bills. We're looking for more.
Yeah, okay.
We do. Your math is off here. For the time being. Okay, for the time being. Miller and Moulton. So I don't publicize this because, first off, last week was a rough week in the Moulton household. A lot of sick people last week. A lot of sick family members. So the trip nearly didn't happen. But I ended up going to the Mouse yesterday.
I saw that late night. Right before I went to bed, I was perusing some social media, and your wife had posted pictures.
Yep.
And I'll be damned, there's David at the Mouse in the rain.
At the Mouse, rained all day. All day. Stopped raining for 3 minutes and 57 seconds. All day it rained. Did keep the people away. Weren't many lines. All right. Picked the right Monday also in between a holiday weekend and March brings with it spring break. So we picked the good day. It rained. 3-year-old doesn't care about the rain.
No. 3-year-old won't remember anything about this trip.
Maybe not. Okay. But here's the thing. We didn't do this trip for the 3-year-old.
Right.
I mean, the grandmother, my wife, claimed that we were doing this trip for the 3-year-old. I mean, my daughter, I think we took her the first time when she was 7. And I asked her, how much of it do you remember? She goes, like 3 things. Okay. No, we did this trip for my wife. My wife's had bad health for a long time. It's not getting better. And my wife wanted a memory. She wanted some happiness. She said, I need some joy. We're doing this for me. Okay. So we did. And we had some joy. We made some memories.
Good. Good for you. Good for the family.
Yeah. And I have a feeling we're going to need it over the next few months. So, yeah, we did the Magic Kingdom. Yeah. Okay.
Go Florida.
Yeah, go team. Right. So, there you go. Did a lot of walking. Man,
you do a lot of walking there. And here's the thing, David, it's all on cement.
Yes, it is. Yes, very soft. Okay, the 59-year-old joints, no problem with it at all. Although surprisingly, for a guy who's supposedly fallen apart, I actually feel pretty good. It's kind of like maybe, for a day, Hey, I needed the exercise. This was good. Now, I certainly have the exercise for the rest of the month. I'm just wondering, did I just get enough exercise to take me through all the eating I'm going to do in March Madness? That's what I'm wondering. Did I burn enough calories yesterday for March Madness?
No, it doesn't work that way. I know you
Damn.
can think that.
I
thought maybe you were so excited about the walking you did yesterday that after the show, it might encourage you to go for another.
Good day. Take it easy there, big fella. What are you, out of your mind?
Just a suggestion.
That would, if you do that more than one day in a row, that constitutes exercising.
Exactly.
Yes, right. Falls under that umbrella. I have no interest in, listen, I wasn't under an umbrella yesterday. I certainly have no desire to be under that umbrella today. No way. So that's where I was yesterday. Glad that Trent could fill in. Sounds like you had a good show. It was fun. Some good guests. So, Pat, take it easy on him?
Pat took it easy on him.
Okay.
He hit him right over the head in the beginning, but
boom.
He came out hard, but
he didn't bring up the Commanders playoff game right out of the chute, did he?
He hit him with the lines, like first words out of his mouth. Trent hadn't talked yet. And Pat already threw a shot.
For those of you, if you ever meet Pat Kerwin, if he knows you, that's how it works. As you're shaking his hand, okay, it's kind of like that old Richard Pryor Ali bit, doing one thing with one hand, hitting you with a jab with the other. That's how Pat does. Shakes you with the right hand, boom, with the left. But fun sports day yesterday. Little this, little that. As we're getting ready for the madness, teams on the bubble, fighting for seedings in other cases. All right, spring training underway.
I did give some. I want you to know, David, when I did the starting five, it was important to have some baseball in the starting five. And I wanted everybody to know on Sunday, the Marlins and Mets played to a tie. It's why spring training scores are not relevant ever, ever, ever.
Ever. Do not pay attention. What's, in fact, early nomination for a poll question. What's more meaningless? Spring training record? NFL preseason record?
Ooh, that's not bad. That's not bad. I was kind of leaning towards where's Matthew Stafford going to play next year.
Oh.
Because Pat thinks that he will have a new home by Friday.
Interesting. I think his new home's going to be in Jersey. Some think it could be Pittsburgh. Okay, but I think he's going to have a new home in Jersey.
You okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Listen, these yahoos running this franchise, Mark, can't run it into the ground any worse than they already have. All right, secondly, what? They're going to give up a high draft pick? Do you want me to go through Joe Shane's draft record, or no? You're going to take my word on it?
I'll take your word on it.
He's already screwed up. He had the 5th and 7th overall picks in one draft and certainly got the one wrong. And the other one doesn't look like he's even going to pick up the 5th-year option on him. And so what? You don't want to give up a second-round pick? Even if Matthew Stafford has 3 years left. And I'm being very serious. You get 3 years of top third quarterback play in the league. What's that worth to you as a franchise? 3 years of a top 10 or 12 quarterback in the league. What's that worth to you? Is it worth a second-round pick?
It is, David.
Yeah.
It's worth a second-round pick, but there's a problem with Stafford going to the New York Giants. They don't block very well, and he doesn't move that well.
I understand.
So top third quarterback in the league should be what Matthew Stafford is, but I don't know if he'll be able to produce with the team that he would have with the Giants to get to that point.
And I would argue that the line last year actually performed better than the numbers because their quarterback play was so bad and they held on to the ball. And if you watch them, once the left tackle was healthy, when Andrew Thomas played on that line was actually an average to above average line. Now, without him, man, not good. Below average. 37-year-old quarterback going to get hit way too many times. But no. Since Eli's last good year, which was what, 2016? The Giants have had 8 average to below years in a row of quarterback play. You tell me you wouldn't give up a second-round pick to get 3 good to very good years of quarterback play?
David, I think you're on to something. If I were Matthew Stafford, I would not get traded to the New York Giants. Because at best, you're the 3rd best team in that division.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be tough to make the post. I don't get why they're divorcing in Los Angeles to begin with.
Both sides.
Right,
I'm with you. I'm totally with you. I think this is nuts. The Rams don't want to pay him. Well, who the hell are you going to pay?
Right.
I mean, you don't have a J.J. McCarthy waiting in the wings. I mean, help me out here. You don't even have, I mean, please, they've kept Stetson Bennett on the roster to avoid the embarrassment of wasting a mid-round pick on him. Okay, they hate him. He's going to be cut. He's not a quarterback in this league. He's going to go back to running those car dealerships in Athens, which is what he should have done. He should have pulled in a Ruzioni.
Exactly.
When he was done. Own those insurance dealerships and car dealerships, become the analyst on Georgia football on the radio for 40 years and just had a great life.
But I don't see why this divorce has to happen, why the Rams won't pay him. But where is he going to go? The Giants, the Steelers, the Raiders, all being mentioned, as well as the Browns. Miller and Moulton. The starting 5 is 25 minutes away. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, I think Stafford and Pittsburgh would be amazing. Sonny, are you referencing the TGL? Because I didn't pay attention. I'm not giving TGL scores. Nobody knows who the teams are.
What I don't understand about the TGL is that they're adding guys for one match. I don't know what, they wanted to create a team thing and they're adding, like I watched the 5 o'clock match was on yesterday. I threw it on.
Okay.
Because there's nothing else on at 5.
Right.
And I happen to remember that it was on because I did give TGL updates in the What's on Tap. And I will do it again today.
Okay, good. Good for you. I'm with you, Paula. I could see Kelly Stafford loving New York City, yes. We didn't purchase any years. But then again, a lot of big heads in the family, thanks to me.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. David Samson to join us in 40 minutes time. Mark, we like to do this. We like to try to find solutions, offer up solutions. Sometimes we get in trouble when we do it in cases in which, well, it might not be needed. We certainly get in trouble when we do it when we weren't asked. But the New York Post, a fan of both you and I, the New York Post. We are fans. And I don't know if you've noticed, but they are offering up solutions to what they feel are little problems in sports. And one of them is college football overtime. And they said, don't tell me Georgia and Georgia Tech played this 8 overtime classic. Okay, he goes, give me a break. 6 of the overtimes were each team unable to score from the 3-yard line. Okay, it wasn't a classic. It was a half-hour waste of time. Now, I don't know if you feel that way. I mean, we joked when it happened that, hey, that game's still going on. But I don't know if you feel that way during college football, that if they get to about a 3rd or 4th overtime, if you're like, oh boy, here we go.
No, I can honestly say in that Georgia Tech game, I was riveted to the overtime because it was exciting. I cannot like how they end the game and still enjoy it when it's going on. Is that the solution I would have for college football? No. But in the moment when it's happening, Georgia Tech was fun. Classic, not close.
So the New York Post has what I think is a radical idea. They want to end college football overtimes in the second overtime. They'll give each team a crack from the 25. Go nuts. Score whatever you're going to score. Don't score whatever you're not going to score. And then if we're going to a second overtime, they're like, well, we're going to end this right now. You decide, whoever wins the toss. You want the ball or you want to be on defense? And if the team on offense or who receives the kickoff scores in any way, including a field goal, game's over. They won.
So hold on. I got to stop you because you confused me a little bit. You went offense, defense, returns the kick. Is the second overtime then real football?
Yes.
One team would kick off. Well, you kind of jumped. So
No, I didn't jump. I explained it exactly how. That's exactly what they want to do. They'll give you one gimmicky from the 25-yard line opportunity to end this. But if the gimmick doesn't work, then we're going to end it, and we're going to end it with it being football. So here's the thing. Do you take the ball or do you kick off? Because any stop, and by the way, a missed field goal is a stop. You have to score points. If I kick the ball off to you, Mark, your team has to score points. Any points. To return the kick, drive down the field, kick a field goal, whatever. You score, you win. I stop you on downs, you miss the kick, whatever, turnover, I win the game. And we end this sucker right now. That's their solution.
Out of the box thinking, very different. I don't want to say I like or dislike it if I don't have something else to counter it with. I don't know. I would say that I like it better than the system they use now because I hate the 2-point conversion game. I would rather them keep trying from the 25 than moving it to the 2. I would rather see them just play the NFL overtime than have any gimmicky stuff out there, but I don't think that will happen either.
Yeah, the whole facade of player safety. That's why they don't do that. Okay, the real reason they don't do that is that it could potentially add 20 minutes onto the end of the game, and they've got a TV window they need to fit into. It's why the NFL overtime's been reduced from 15 to 10 minutes. 15's too long. We got to get this thing over with. In most cases,
college football does not want ties.
Right.
I mean, they have worked hard with these overtimes to make sure that they do not have tie games. So they're not in my estimation, ever going to go to the NFL overtime where the possibility of a tie comes into play.
I'm okay with a tie in college football. I really am. I'm okay with it. And I know at first thought most people will go, I don't know. The choke at Doak, the Harvard-Yale 29-29. Harvard beats Yale 29-29. The Michigan State-Notre Dame 10-10. I mean, these are historic games in the history of the sport. They ended in ties. I mean, Mark, what year was it? I think it was 1990. Either Colorado or Georgia Tech. I think Colorado shared the national title. They had a loss and a tie that year.
Well, full disclosure, David, you are all for ties, period.
I am.
You and I would end baseball games at the 11th or 12th inning. We would not have the gimmicky runner on base.
No.
We would play, I think I've always been 12. David's been 11, but
yeah, we're going
to
end
agree on one or the other, and the game ends and it's a tie.
Right. And everybody knows going in how long the game is going to last. You make substitutions accordingly. All right. You decide as a fan, in person or home on the couch, how long you're going to stay with the game. It's not like our running joke in NHL overtime, playoff overtime, when Miller and Moulton have to decide before they drop the puck at the first overtime. Are we in or are we out?
And inevitably, we're going to have one of these college football playoff games end 4 quarters tied. It's going to happen.
Well, we just had Texas and Arizona State go to overtime.
And we'll keep getting that. And is that what you want when determining who continues on in the college football playoff?
And by the way, with the threat of a tie, Jimmy Johnson went for 2 in Catholics versus Convicts. And Tom Osborne, 5 years earlier in the Orange Bowl, went for 2. And neither one of them had to. They were both number 1 in the country. They both would have won natties if they had kicked the extra point.
But we're never going to go backward and start having ties again, David. It's just not going to happen. Just like we're not going to go back to 64 teams in the NCAA tournament and 152 games in Major League Baseball. We don't go backward.
So, you didn't want to offer up an opinion based on what your alternatives are. One of the alternative is, how about if we go back to ties? Might affect how you coach the final few minutes also.
But I like the New York Post system better than the current system. I don't have a third off the top of my head to throw in the mix.
I don't like the ball on the 25 because you're already in scoring range. I think it penalizes a defensive team. I always thought the ball should be at the 40 or at midfield. That you should have to get a first down, either that or just have a terrific kicker. The starting 5 is next, and then David Samson. Good show lined up for you today. Thanks for being with us, Miller and Moulton.
A showdown in the swamp. The final race of the season. Everything's on the line at record-breaking speeds. Don't miss Swamp Buggy Racing's World Championship, the Bud Cup Final, Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park Naples. Get tickets at SwampBuggy.com. Florida's oldest racing tradition is racing like you've never seen before in 6 categories. But Swamp Buggy Racing is always a great day of family fun with kid-friendly pricing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the World Championship. Get tickets at SwampBuggy.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
I love my shower.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, Matt, both teams had ties. Georgia Tech was 11-0-1. Colorado was 10 or 11-1-1. Both teams had ties that year. Oh, okay, music. I wouldn't agree to the no pinch hitters. No, to me, that's part of the strategy. If you save a guy on the bench or what have you, I mean, most teams don't play their backup catcher for fear of the catcher getting hurt. Well, what if you decide in the 10th or 11th inning, no, I'm going to send my number 2 catcher up there, pinch hit. I wouldn't gimmick the extra innings. I would just limit how long we're going to do extra innings. Well, Paul, there's with the way Irving played in that game, there are a lot of people that thought he was on the take. Listen, Adam, I swear, what's different from lining up 45-yard field goals than 2-point conversions on the 3? Yes. Yes, the whole Colorado 5th down win over Missouri. I know, Paul. Doesn't it surprise you? The Atlanta guy's a GT guy, not a Georgia guy.
It's all right. Georgia Tech what was his name? Anderson there was on the line. It wasn't a 3-pointer, and it was after the buzzer. So
right. Same year too, wasn't it? 90?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We'll get to the Swamp Buggy Races poll question coming up in a bit. Need a little more time today to figure out what direction we're going in.
And that's because the show continues during the break sometimes.
Right.
And I sat here silently for the entire break. David argued. I didn't argue. David went back and forth with those in the Twitch chat room over overtime in football and baseball's extra innings.
Right.
And I just sat here pounding my head into the table for 4 minutes going, really? All I want to do is get the Swamp Buggy Races poll question. That's all I care about. It's the only thing on my mind during that commercial break. And I feel like I have to interrupt David to talk about the show.
Go to swampbuggy.com and get your tickets. The races are Sunday. Okay. One of the things we also went back to was talking about that when we were talking ties last segment in college football was the 1990 national championship. Both Georgia Tech and Colorado, who split the Natty mark, each had a tie that year. Mark, I don't want to say 1990 was a long time ago. How many bowl games were there in 1990?
16.
Very close, not both showcases, but I think you would have been a winner. 19 bowl games in 1990.
Okay. All right.
Wait, it gets better. Ladies and gentlemen, Miller and Moulton were not the first people to say it's a TV show. Do you know who the first people to say it was a TV show? The Orange Bowl. Back in the day, the ACC champion and the then Big 8 champion would go to the Orange Bowl. That was their bowl game if you won the championship, if you were worthy of playing in such a game. Well, Georgia Tech, obviously, ACC, Colorado, then Big 8, and they were the number 1 and 2 teams in the country. Why did they not meet in the Orange Bowl to play for the Natty in 1990? Because the Orange Bowl said, oh, no, man, we'd much rather have third-ranked Notre Dame. They're a much bigger TV draw than Georgia Tech. And so that's why Lou Holtz and Rocket Ismail and Notre Dame played Colorado for the Natty. And Georgia Tech was playing in the, I don't even know if they were in a New Year's Day bowl. What bowl were they in, Georgia Tech? Mark, they played in the Citrus Bowl. They played 19th ranked Nebraska in the Citrus Bowl.
And now you know the rest of the story.
The starting five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting five.
We'll start with the NFL. We've been told you guys are a fan. The Packers, it turns out, are the team that have proposed eliminating the tush-push play. They feel
I was trying to figure out yesterday why everybody was saying an unnamed team when very early on I had heard it was the Packers, and they went with an unnamed team most of the day.
Right.
It made no sense to me.
I agree. So we're calling them out. We're naming it. By the way, I agree with them.
You have from day one.
Well, here's
No, you've always said you don't think it's a football play.
Well, one, it's not. It's a rugby play. Two, here's the part I don't like, and I'm not kidding. Offensive linemen, running backs, you should not be allowed to push the ball carrier forward. How is that fair? Seriously, how is that fair? No. Never mind the fact it will cause injuries. So
if you're going to eliminate the tush push, then to me, you have to eliminate what you're talking about when a guy has a 4-yard carry and then they start pushing him another 6 yards on a running play.
Right. Well, but to me,
I think they both should be illegal. If you're going to make one illegal, you have to make the other illegal.
Well, if they slam them to the ground. My thing, though, is that the official blows the whistle. Start blowing the damn whistle. And then if they tackle the guy to the ground, throw a flag. 15 yards. You can't do it. One guy can tackle a ball carrier. 2 tops. That's it. I don't think 700 pounds should be behind the quarterback pushing him forward. But anyway, you need 3/4. You need 24 teams to agree. And there's no indication that it's going to have enough votes to eliminate the tush push. Here's the irony. Do you know who's the most successful tush push quarterback sneak team in the league? It's the Packers. They actually have a higher rate of converting it than the Eagles. The Eagles, by the way, the Eagles got a bad rap yesterday. Story was out there that the Eagles didn't want to go to the White House. The Eagles said, we never said that. We'd love to go to the White House. We haven't gotten an invite. White House says they're working on it. Now, it doesn't mean all the Eagles players are going to go, but the Eagles as an organization are like, we'd love to go to the White House. For the record, during the first Trump administration, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. They did not go to the White House. That's when, you had the whole anthem brouhaha. And, and so the Eagles as an organization, they opted, well, put it this way, a bunch of players weren't going to go. And the night before they were supposed to appear at the White House canceled it. So the Eagles have won 2 Super Bowls and as of now have not been to the White House. So that's why the Eagles are like, hell no, we want to go. Penn State defensive end Abdul Carter will not work out at the combine. He's not alone. Neither of the top 2 quarterbacks are going to work out. There's a whole bunch of the Genty, the running back from Boise, is not going to work out. Yesterday was interviews at the combine. Today and tomorrow are medical exams. The workouts begin Thursday. Browns have said they're going to release starting safety Juan Thornhill. He's been hurt the last 2 years. They're going to save $3.4 million when they make him a June 1st casualty. The Rams have let Matthew Stafford's agent gauge his value across the league, and if they can come up with a deal, the Rams then that they like, they'll make it. Carolina won't re-sign captain and linebacker Shaq Thompson. He's missed most of the last 2 years with injury. He's 30 years old. And did you hear about this Broncos assistant coach?
I did, yes.
So apparently he illegally parked his car at the airport. And police officers said, dude, you can't park here. And he gave the officer some lip. And the two ended up chest to chest, and the Broncos assistant allegedly chest bumped the police officer. The police officer pushed him back, and then the Broncos assistant hauled off and punched him. And then got in the car and left. So they tracked him down. They tracked him down, threw his butt in jail with no bail for a day, and now he posted bail. And, well, I'd say his career's over. What about you?
I would too.
One college football note. Mark, which school has the best athletic department in the country almost year in and year out?
It's either Texas or Ohio State.
Well, that whole Sears Trophy thing, which school wins it? Stanford.
Used to be Stanford.
Right. Stanford's won the Sears Trophy 8 of the last 13 years.
I was talking money. You were talking Sears, so sorry.
Right. No. Listen, Texas almost wins the Sears, too. They're really good. And they make a ton of money. Stanford, though, 8 of the last 13 years, best athletic department in the country. They've won 30 natties in the last 13 years in all sports. Yeah, the AD's being forced to resign. You know why? There's only 2 sports that count, football and men's basketball, and Stanford sucks in both. This is Andrew Luck's doing, you know. He was brought in as an advisor to Stanford, and the first thing he did, got to get rid of this guy. Baseball, Guardians owner Larry Dolan passed away yesterday, actually late Sunday, at the age of 94. Both New York baseball teams are dealing with significant injuries. 35-year-old Giancarlo Stanton can't participate in spring training in any way, shape, or form right now. He's got tendonitis in both elbows, and in fact, they sent him back to New York for testing. Well, that doesn't seem good. Meanwhile, another day, another Mets starting pitcher lost for the start of the season. This one's Sean Manaea. He strained an oblique. A couple days ago, it was Freddie Montas who strained a lat. See, that's what happens when you get in shape and you work out. You end up straining things. I mean, Mark, have I ever strained anything?
Just your voice, David.
Exactly. So the Mets might be in the market for a starting pitcher. They're stubbornly going, oh, no, we're fine. Really? Okay.
I do think you strained your cutting hand one year. Too much knife action on the steak.
I think you're right. Okay, I did. I have a little cut on the index finger of my right hand. NBA, the Hawks held the Heat to the lowest point total that they've held the team in 4 years.
After giving up 147 the night before to the Pistons. They played a marathon game with Detroit, then came back, have their best defensive four. That's a bad loss for Miami.
Miami's in the play-in. I think Miami might be the 9 seed right now. Atlanta beat them 98-86. Jokic had 19 assists yesterday. For a big man, 19 assists. Denver beat Indiana by 9. Pistons beat the Clippers by 9, 106-97. Cade Cunningham with 32. Pistons are 5 games over 500. They're the 6th seed. Unbelievable.
I think that's 6 in a row for the Pistons.
Unreal. The Bulls had lost 6 in a row. They went into Philadelphia and beat the Sixers by 32.
David, not only did they beat them by 32, at one point in the game, they were up by 50.
142-110. Can we please shut Embiid down for the rest of the year? You guys suck. You're not going anywhere. He can't move. Enough already. Shut him down. You know why they don't want to shut him down? Because they have to give their lottery pickup to Oklahoma City. Unless it's the top 6 pick.
Which is more of a reason to shut him down.
Yes. If you were going to tank, let's tank.
I mean, you guys know how to tank. By the way, Pistons 7 in a row, not 6 in a row.
Washington had lost 6 in a row. They rallied, beat Brooklyn by 8. Did you see the T-Wolves come back last night?
Yeah, they were down 25.
And 24 in the 4th, and they beat OKC in overtime by 3. Portland beat Utah by 2. Sacramento by 50 over Charlotte. College hoops, Houston won the Big 12 battle in Lubbock, Texas. They beat Texas Tech 69-61. Michigan, their lowest scoring game in years, but they won it. They beat Nebraska and covered, unfortunately. Our system play took a loss. 49-46, Michigan. Unranked Kansas beat Colorado by 7, and they were favored by 6.5, but they were unranked, so it wasn't a system play.
That was a mistake on my part. When I gave the What's on Tap at the end of the show, the new rankings had not yet come out, so Kansas was still 25th, but they were going to drop from the rankings and did.
North Carolina beat Florida State by 11. FGCU beat North Florida 86-82. Jacksonville beat EKU 59-55. Stetson over Bellarmine 69-67. Both Lipscomb and North Alabama won. They're tied for first in the A-Sun with a game left to play. If they remain tied, Lipscomb will be the 1 seed. They have a better net rating. Bethune won, FAMU lost. Women's college hoops. Mark, top-ranked Texas outscored Georgia 37-10 in the second half. It was a 6-point game at the half. 57-26, your final. And our friend Nikki Collin is a win away from winning the Big 12 at Baylor. They went on the road, beat 14th ranked K-State last night, 79-62. 2 hockey games. Winnipeg in overtime over San Jose 2-1. I told you the LA Kings were going to come on strong. Bunch of home games. They beat Vegas at home 5-2. And most people nationally know him. He did 16 Olympic Games. Oftentimes was the play-by-play on women's gymnastics. He did 30 years in New York of Knicks and Rangers pre and post. Al Troutway passed away, battled cancer for a half dozen years. He was 68 years old. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories, and Kansas dropping out of the top 25 here on Miller and Moulton.
David Samson coming up at the top of the hour. We will talk some football on this show today because, well, it's a day that ends in Y. Travis May will join us at 8 o'clock, and Jake Brown also in the 8 o'clock hour. He covers the Mets, and they are already suffering a bunch of injuries here in spring training. It's Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening. David Samson next.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, David.
Good morning.
How was Park City?
It was fantastic.
That's such a great little town.
I'm in one piece, which is great. Someone from my group is not, which is not great. ACL, MCL, meniscus torn.
Oh, no.
Whoa. Very bad.
Not good. That's terrible.
Yep.
How many days did you ski for?
Skied for 4.
Okay, good for you.
And it's always a success when you're off the mountain for the last time.
Yes. Now, are you a skier or a snowboarder or both?
I'm just a skier. I learned when I was 5. And I used to be really good. And I'm still good. But, man, I'm a little more scared than I used to be.
Staying away from those black diamond moguls, are you?
I am. So I'll do black diamonds, but I'll do groomed blacks. And it's just a little different. I still go as fast as I used to go. But I'll tell you, I used to be less scared about it.
I can see where that would happen as you get a little older. That's
I think
been a
that's
long
the
time
issue.
since I've been on skis.
I do like it. I love it. What am I saying? I love it.
Do you go to any of the ski resorts in the Poconos or Greek Peak or anything like that? Do you go to Vermont?
I went to Vermont one time with 2 girlfriends of mine when I was in 11th grade. And I thought I was the coolest kid. It was like the 2 prettiest girls of the grade. And of course I was ducky. So I was purely in the friend zone.
Gotcha.
But I thought that there was a chance for me to,
Right.
not become in the friend zone.
Sure.
But I still had fun. But that's the only time. So that's all I associate Vermont with.
The friend zone.
The friend zone.
Every state has their slogan. New Jersey, the Garden State. Vermont, the friend zone.
That is a true story. I was 17 years
And
old.
you didn't care which one, did you? You just hoped one of them on
Well,
this.
of course, the dream was both.
Oh,
but
of
no,
course
I
the
didn't care.
I know what the dream was, but the chairlift might only hold 2 of you.
And the irony is I'm still friends with both to this day.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's 40 years ago. Now I'm reminiscing with a little tear in my eye.
Oh,
Haven't thought about that in a really long time.
don't get me thinking about Noreen Ziegler. It's the one that got away.
You think you're all set until you're not.
Right. My wife and I have a list of 5 that we can cheat on the other with. And I put Noreen on it, and she freaked out. She went, "Oh, no one who's real."
3 people you don't know.
Right.
Well, it can be real. It's not like Lars and the real girl.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on a Tuesday means David Samson. He Have Nothing Personal with David Samson, the award-winning podcast, which he records live 8 a.m. weekdays, and then it rebroadcasts 2 hours later on the DraftKings channel. Follow David on X at David the letter P Samson, David P Samson. Good morning. How was skiing?
Anytime you get off the mountain without an injury, it's good. I enjoy skiing. I missed my dad, who passed away years ago. He taught me how to ski when I was 5, and he did it by just putting me on top of the mountain. No ski school, couldn't afford it. Just top of the mountain. And I said, I remember this like it was yesterday. I sat on the top of the mountain with my little skis on, no poles. And I said, "What do I do?" He said, "Get down." I said, "I'm not going down." And I cried, and he said, "Fine, stay up here as long as you want." And eventually you go down. And that's how I learned to ski. And I'm appreciative of him. He passed away in 21. And I wish I could have thanked him, because now I'm old and I can still ski well. And there were so many little kids on the mountain doing their thing. It was really nice.
Do you get worried when you ski of running? I mean, those mountains are packed. The traffic and running into someone and kids. And you said before we were on air that you like to ski fast. So do you ever get worried about colliding with someone or something?
Well, I'm not going to do a Sonny Bono. I used to when I was younger, that I would ski in the trees and things like that. I don't do that anymore. So I don't worry about skiing into something. But in terms of someone, I do think about that, but it's like driving. When I'm driving and I'm a fast driver, I don't worry about hitting another car, because I'm anticipating where skiers are going, just like you anticipate where cars are when you're driving. So I really don't think about that either. What I do think about, though, is falling more than I used to. I really don't want to fall anymore.
And we'll move on to other things, but very quickly, do you go on the beginner trails, the intermediate trails, or the expert trails?
I go on blues and blacks, which is intermediate and expert.
Okay.
No double blacks with moguls, not anymore. I used to, but not anymore. I'm
All right.
old. I turn 57 tomorrow, gentlemen.
Well, an early happy birthday greeting to you, sir.
Thank you.
So if you were running the Mets,
Hmm.
you lose 2 starting pitchers in 3 days. One's probably going to be gone till Memorial Day. The other probably going to be gone till probably May 1st. Are you really not concerned and you're just going to go with who you have? Or do you at this point have to go, I got to go get a pitcher?
Yeah, I'm despondent beyond repair, because I've put together the board, and we've talked about it on this show. You put together your rotation, and our number was always 14. We wanted a board of 14 starting pitchers, because that's, in our view, what we're going to need for an entire season because of injury, lack of performance, missed starts, something. And when you lose 2 of your top 5 early in spring, meaning it's still F and not M. So big difference, losing a pitcher in February versus March. When you lose a pitcher in F, you really want to try to replace that pitcher in the depth chart that you have. You start losing pitchers in March and April, you just start going down through the list. So yes, you're very concerned about it. And people make fun of the Dodgers for having 2 starting 5s. And I always smile at that, because no, they're going to need every single one of them, like every other team does.
They are implementing the challenge system in spring training. I'm just curious if I would go to the robotic umpires. I literally would have every ball in strike. I would take the human element out of it. I want it right all the time. But this is a start to me. What are your thoughts on the challenge system?
So let's first clarify. I've heard people contact me and say, robotic, does that mean there's no more umpires? And so when we say a robotic umpire, what we mean is that every ball that's pitched, that's not swung at or fouled off or put in play, that there'd be a buzz in the ear of the umpire that would say strike or ball. There's still a man there or a woman who's going to be calling safe or out at home, et cetera, check swing, et cetera, et cetera. The automatic ball strike is what we're talking about. Is, can it just be fully automatic? And the answer is the union's not all the way there yet. The technology is good, but not perfect quite yet, because you do have to think about how the strike zone works for different size players. Eddie Geidel had a different strike zone than Giancarlo Stanton. Now, that's an old reference, and I apologize. So I'll say it this way. I have a different strike zone than Aaron Judge, because our size is obviously different. But the challenge system, I love it. It's like tennis. It adds 17 seconds per game for all the challenges, meaning it takes 1 second at most to hurry up and say, is it a ball or a strike? And I've been in favor of that from the beginning.
Did you find the reaction from Terry Francona, who's back in baseball, by the way, as manager of the Reds, if you don't know, in which Francona said, yeah, we ain't going to challenge anything because that ain't going to be a part of Major League Baseball this year. Therefore, we don't care.
Because so I don't agree with that at all. I want the players. It's sort of like when the pitch clock is being practiced. I think it's absolutely great. But I want to tell you a story about Jim Beattie. He was a pitcher for the New York Yankees and won a World Series with them.
Yes,
and he was the first GM I ever had when I got into baseball. He was the GM of the Expos when I joined the Expos in December of 99. And I asked him about that, my first spring training, about balls and strikes and why players argue. And he said, I don't ever want one of my players to turn around and ask the umpire, was that a ball or a strike? And you see players do that. They turn around and they say, was that outside, up, down? He said, I want my players to know the zone. And if you know the zone, you know whether you let a strike go past you or whether it's a ball or a strike. It doesn't mean the umpire is going to get it right, but it means that you know in your head what a ball and a strike was. So if I'm Terry Francona, I'm totally fine with using the challenge system. I just want to make sure that my players aren't begging for a call that they don't know their own zone.
Well, yeah, because he said that I'm not going to let my pitchers or my hitters in spring training do an ABS challenge. He said the minor leaguers can do it because they're going to have it. But in the major leagues, if one of my guys in spring training challenges a ball or a strike, he basically said he was going to freak out.
I love Terry, but that's a bit of eyewash trying to say that his players don't need to use it. But I disagree. You might as well use it while it's there in spring training. It doesn't change what your approach is at the plate. It doesn't change what the results are going to be for the season. So I want my players to get used to every new possible rule that could be coming down the pike at any point.
David, with that being said, with only limited challenges allowed, would there be certain players who would be instructed by the manager or the general manager or pitchers for that matter? I don't want you to challenge. You don't know the zone well enough. Or would you leave them all for your pitchers? Would you let the catcher do it? I mean, with so few challenges, and I know if you get it right, you get another one, but you can't really blow one here.
So with limited challenges, I would leave it in the hands only of the players who I know their zone, and I'll go right to the extreme. I would let Juan Soto challenge any pitch he wanted. His knowledge of the zone is so good in what his zone is that I don't think he's ever going to lose a challenge the entire season, because I believe if it were implemented for the regular season, because I know that he understands what's what and who's who. So I would be very particular about my pitchers or hitters. They'd have to have proven to me them to be in control of it. But the way I'd really work it is I've had a video guy who'd be in the ear, and I'd be able to do it from the bench where I'd be able to challenge that way.
Giancarlo Stanton, you're a big fan of his. You signed him to the deal that he's still playing on. By the way, when you signed him all those years ago, did you think he would be a Marlin for life, or did you sign that deal knowing, well, at some point we're going to have to get rid of him?
It didn't occur to me that he wouldn't be a Marlin. We had calculated what our payroll would have to be going forward when he was at his height, let's say making $32 million. We calculated that we didn't want him to be more than 25% of the payroll, because that was our calculation when we had Pudge in 03 and won the World Series. He was at 10 out of 40. So our view was 25% is the most. So we said our payroll is only going to have to be $125 million all the way in the 2020s. So that's going to work out fine. We had no idea that the owner would sell. We had no idea that Jose Fernandez would die. We had no idea of any of the stuff that would happen. So we assumed he would be the first ever Marlin for life, Marlin Hall of Famer. And it just obviously did not work out that way.
How concerned are you about, he's 35, he had a really good postseason, but for whatever reason, he shows up at spring training. He's got tendonitis in both elbows. He's back in New York getting testing now. I mean, how concerned are you for your old friend there?
Of course, you're always concerned as players get up into their 30s about injuries that are happening. I don't want to comment because I haven't spoken to him, so I don't know exactly. I have not spoken to him recently enough to tell you whether or not what the injuries are. I saw Aaron Boone refer to something that it may be personal. It may not be personal. I'm really not positive. I did reach out and I've not heard back, but I of course you're worried. Anytime he wants to be in spring training, he wants to get out there because he wants to win a ring. So anytime he's not there, of course, you're concerned. But I want to add one more thing about Stanton and about many players. There are two types of players, those who need spring training and those who don't. And Stanton's been someone who he needs the feel of the swing. That's when he gets hot. And you've seen him hot in the playoffs that you just can't get him out. And that comes with him being comfortable. That comes with reps. That comes with at-bats. So I definitely, if I'm a Yankee fan, I need him to get some at-bats.
People are always bothered by how much teams spend. Bigger problem, what the Dodgers and Mets are spending or what the Marlins, Athletics, White Sox, Pirates, and Rays are spending?
It always makes me smile because everyone is unhappy no matter what. When your team's spending a lot of money and you don't win, you're unhappy. When your team doesn't spend a lot of money but wins, you're happy. There were so many low payroll teams in the playoffs last year where those fans aren't complaining. Fans of the Orioles, they were saying, "Wow, what a young, great team we've put together. Let's try to keep it going." Or teams like the Twins and Guardians who have had great success, not necessarily playoff success, but what's the correlation? We're not sure yet, though the Dodgers won last year. It's what you're really seeing is the labor war that's starting to percolate. You're seeing positioning. I'm going to talk about it in about 47 minutes because you're seeing Tony Clark respond to Rob Manfred. You're seeing the labor union and management start to put things in the media. That is just not a great sign.
No, there's going to be a work stoppage between the 26 and 27 seasons. You can bank on it. Write it down. He's David Samson. As he mentioned, he's recording Nothing Personal with David Samson coming up in 46 and a half minutes. He joins us every Tuesday at this time. Follow him on X at David, the letter P. Samson, David P. Samson. By the way, he looks very good. The beard is tight. Okay, the hair is coiffed. He looks
tear in my eye.
Tremendous.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Racing like you've never seen before. From Jeeps that bog down to the outlaw who will defend his title. At the final race of the season, we're going Swamp Buggy Racing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the Bud Cup Finals for the World Championship. Tickets including VIP tour and kids prices are available at swampbuggy.com. Don't miss the season final. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park off exit 101 in Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Boy, we got 5 system plays tonight, and they're all bad teams. Well, 4 of them are bad teams. Oofta. Oofta. Yeah, I don't blame you, Ambient.
All right, poll question.
The tush push.
Okay.
Packers want to get rid of the tush push. It's Oklahoma State. Okay, music. Just right. It's Oklahoma State, not Oklahoma. And also it's Virginia Tech and not Virginia. It's Oklahoma State and Virginia Tech. Two teams below 500. Virginia Tech lost at home to Jacksonville. I think that job's going to open up. I mean, Duke's been destroying people. The Gators have been destroying people. These are tough system plays tonight. I probably check in on the Gators and the Dogs.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Travis May will join us coming up at the top of the hour. He's covering the combine. Talk to him about all the guys not participating and does it really matter? Remember, top three quarterbacks, top three picks of the drafts last year did not participate in the combine. Does it really matter?
No, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. They're there. Pat Kerwin has talked about this for years on this show. The most important, there are two things that are critically important to the combines for the NFL teams. One are the medicals. The most important reason. It's why they're there. So that these guys are poked and prodded and tested, and it's not done by their doctors, it's done by the NFL doctors. The second most important thing is the interviews.
Yesterday was the interviews. Today and tomorrow are the physical exams, height, weight, and other assorted things. And then workouts are Thursday through Saturday, I believe. And so Travis May, we'll talk to him about the combine. Jake Brown, talk a little baseball, specifically Mets man, they got some injuries. 2 of their top 3 starters are going to miss the beginning of the season. One's going to miss, I don't know, 1/4 to 1/3 of the season. So, I mean, Mark, 300+ million just doesn't get you what it used to anymore.
Yeah, I've got to be really honest, David. I don't feel when a team's spending that much money, I don't want players to get injured, but it's tough for me to have a soft spot for your Mets when they're spending $320 million and a couple of guys are getting hurt. Okay.
Yep. No, I agree. You
Stems the breaks.
Yeah, you just say to them, well, go out and get more. You know, one of your starters from last year is still out there as a free agent. I've been proposing a trade all offseason. Arizona's got 6, 7 starters. There's one guy the owner's already said, biggest mistake I ever made. I want to get rid of him. Well, fine. Take him off his hands. You got an outfielder you want to get rid of. They got about the same payroll. Make the deal. But Jake Brown, a little more than an hour. So do we have a poll question?
We do. Finally. Able to get some discussion on it during the break as we moved off of the college football overtime and Major League Baseball extra innings.
And the 1990 college football national championship discussion, right?
Yes. Yes. Swamp Buggy Race's poll question. The Packers want to get rid of the tush push. Do you think the NFL should ban the play?
Absolutely.
Leave it alone. Ban the tush push.
Ban
Those
it.
are your 2 choices.
Light it on fire. Get rid of it. Sucks. It's unfair.
It's unfair?
It is. It's an
unfair
unfair play.
If it were unfair, every team would use it.
Obviously not. Okay. Obviously not. It's been out there for 3. It is an unfair play.
Then why isn't everybody doing it? If it's that unfair and that much of an advantage to the offense, why are 32 teams not effectively running this play that is not fair?
Because it's not a pleasant play to run. I mean, even the Eagles linemen say we hate it. Hate it. I mean, you saw Chris Jones in the Super Bowl the one time they ran it, and he had a neck injury. I mean, listen, I don't think the NFL gives a damn about player safety. Not a damn. Well, they say they do, Mark. All right, they say they do. By the way, did you hear also, I don't know if you and Trent talked about this yesterday, now they want to make some changes to the kickoff?
Yep, we talked about it.
Including some, I guess finally going with the Greg Schiano onside kick method? Is that what they're talking about? And by the way, the Greg Schiano onside, and he proposed this when he was head coach of the Bucks 10 years ago, in which he said we should run like a 4th and 10, 4th and 15 play from the spot that you kick off from. We should run a play. And if we gain the first down, we keep the ball, the drive continues. If we don't get the distance, we turn it over. That should be, and his reasoning was that first off, it would be more exciting than the onside kick, but also get the quarterbacks involved. That's exciting. The guys you pay the most amount of money to, your quarterbacks, your receivers, your pass rusher, your left tackle. How about you have them involved in the play? Most people don't think Greg Schiano's ever come up with a good idea. I thought that was a good one then.
Pat, when we talked about it, Pat's very simple about this. Move the kicker. If you're going to keep this dynamic new kickoff rule in place, move the kickers back 10 yards. If you want returns, move the kickers back 10 yards. You'll get your returns.
Yeah, at least 5. At least 5. I hate the idea, by the way, that I guess is, to generate more kickoffs. Now they're saying a touchback, you'd be ball on the 35-yard line. Come on. I mean, how close are we to putting them in scoring range? Seriously. I mean, these guys can all kick 60-yard field goals. I mean, once they cross midfield, most teams are thinking, we don't need too much more. We can send my guy out there. Most teams think if they get to the 40, That's a 58-yard field goal that they can send their guy out there. I mean, come on. A touchback now, ball to 35? Please.
If you want to encourage returns, move the kickoffs back. And not 5 yards, David, because these guys can still kick it out of the end zone from there. Move it back. I think Pat's right. You've got to move it back 10. And I know when you get some wind and some cold weather that will make for even better returns, but I don't know what to tell you. If you want returns, I don't like this 35-yard business either. That's ridiculous.
It seems too gimmicky to me, as if the kickoff isn't gimmicky enough.
Well, the 35 seems, like you said, it's not gimmicky. It's like, how much advantage are we going to give to the offense? Now it's a 65-yard drive for a touchdown? Come on.
And really a 25-yard drive for a field goal? Come on. What do you think about the onside kick thing, though? An onside kick versus 4th and 10, 4th and 12, 4th and 15. There's been various proposals. I mean, Rich McKay will do all he can to kill them all. Don't worry about it. Rich McKay doesn't want anything good or exciting to happen in the National Football League.
David, if they are going to keep this stupid kickoff in the game, and I think the new kickoff's stupid, flat out. I don't like it one bit. I don't buy the player safety part of it. They're doing just fine in college. You know, as Pat said at the Senior Bowl, no one got hurt running the old form of kickoffs. I would go back to what they did, first and foremost. I would just scrap this rule completely and go back to how kickoffs were done. I might move it back 5 yards to get more returns, but I'm not playing this game where you can only have an onside kick in the fourth quarter and you've got to announce it. That's literally like a baseball team saying, okay, we've got a runner on first. Hey, everybody, we're going to bunt.
Now, although if you adopt this, treat it as 4th and 10, 4th and 12, 4th and 15, obviously when you send your quarterback and your offensive line out onto the field, everybody knows that this is essentially an onside kick.
Again, what I'm saying is I would go back to the other way. I would just take last year and take it off and go back to what they are doing. But if they are going to keep this ignorant kickoff in the game, then go to Schiano's rule that you can do it whenever you want and it's 4th and 15. Because if not, there's no element of surprise to it. We'll never have what we had in the Super Bowl when New Orleans started the second half off with an onside kick and changed the course of that Super Bowl.
You know that Goodell is not going to change the, quote, dynamic kickoff because the NFL boasted about the fewest number of concussions that they've ever had. So the whole dynamic thing is going to stay with the guys lined up where they're lined up. So now the question is, Mark, do we move it back 5 yards to kick off or 10? I'd kick off at the 25.
I'm right there with you. And if they did the 20, that wouldn't bother me. I mean, whatever you've got to do to ensure returns in the game, that's fine. Miller and Moulton. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them Just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ambient, we've been talking about it for years. I do think they will. I do think they will. Hey, Diddy, what would you change it to, though?
So Roberta Flack died yesterday.
Oh.
And yesterday and today was the day when it was one of her songs that was number 1 in 73. The two guys that wrote it also wrote the theme of Happy Days and Laverne and Shirley, which I thought was interesting.
Absolutely.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. So, can I continue this discussion at least a little while longer? Or did you have something that,
which discussion is that?
Well, the whole kickoffs and then onside kick and what have you.
Okay.
I just want to throw some numbers out at you. You remember last year when they did these, dynamic kickoff and we had an over-under? We had 4 in 2023. We had 4 kickoff returns for a touchdown. And the question that we had was, okay, with the new dynamic kickoff, how many more kickoff returns would we see? Turns out it was 11%. So what's that? 1 a game? We saw 1 more kickoff return per game, maybe on average.
Okay.
I don't know. I would consider that a failure if I was the NFL. Really? One more kickoff return? That's all we got from this? I thought we were trying to get kickoff returns back in the game. 7 touchdowns last year to 4 the year before. I'd also consider that a failure. Like, I thought remember, I said there'd be 10.
Right.
And you and Pat went under, and you were right.
Because I thought all along what was going to happen is they were just going to kick the damn ball through the end zone, which is what they did.
And you were right. Now, let's discuss the whole, we've made our opinions felt. We'd move the kickoff back. I'd move it to the 25. You'd willing to move it back even further. Okay. You can usually count on one hand the number of successful onside kicks in a season. If it's a crazy year, you may need a couple of extra fingers on the other hand. I mean, that's a really successful year of onside kicks. Do you know what the average conversion percentage is for a 4th and 10?
No idea.
27%. 27%.
Okay.
Do you know what it is for 4th and 15?
14%.
21%.
So now, 1 in 5.
Right.
Because I wouldn't go 4th and 10. I think that's too easy.
Okay. It's 27%.
I think that's too easy.
Okay.
I like the 1 in 5 better than the 1 in 4.
Fair enough. We'll go with yours. You're better about this than I am. You've gotten everything right so far about the kickoff, and I've gotten everything wrong. So we're going with it. Okay. Let me now throw a little extra something on top, though. Mark, I'll go with whatever you want to do for the kickoff and onside kick. I'll let you. I want one thing. So you know how on the extra point when there's a penalty, and sometimes you can't do anything with it, and sometimes you can. You could do it. Every single time I'd want it to be moved to the kickoff, which in theory could be the onside kick. You know how aggressive some of these teams are. You rough my kicker, it's 15 yards. Well, what if I can use half of that? And I create a 4th and 7.5 on the kickoff. Hell, now I want to go for it. You know what the conversion rate is on like 4th and 7? I had it right here. It's over 30%. 4th and 7, 43%. 4th and 7. If you're trying to add excitement to the game, isn't that what this is all about?
I guess I don't like the idea of, well, first off, I don't know if there are more than 1 roughing the kicker penalties on an extra point in a season.
Right. No, I get you. There aren't. Usually it's offsides. It's something along that. Usually it's a 5-yard penalty. I'll grant you that. But I think sometimes teams do something, they violate the center space and it gets called unsportsmanlike. It's 15 yards. And I'm just saying, I want all penalties from the extra point to then can be assessed on the kickoff. And now I can use that to onside kick it if I want. Which, by the way, I know you want to make it 4th and 15. Think about how many times a coach might throw his quarterback out there for 4th and 5. If the onside kick was 4th and 10, all those offsides trying to block the extra point, now I could onside kick it and it's 4th and 5.
I think a lot of coaches would go for that. I really don't see that part of a rule getting passed through, though, David. I think it would always be 4th and 10 or 4th and 15. I don't think that the league would then be able to add a penalty to shorten what your onside kick number is. They may take the yardage. So let's say you're kicking from the 30 and a penalty. Now you're from the 35. It's still 4th and 15.
Gotcha. So you won't even I'll give you everything.
I'm not saying I wouldn't. I'm just saying I don't think the league would do that. I don't think they would make it easier to convert. Basically a make it, take it. I mean, this is playing basketball and you make the shot and you get the ball back.
Well, I mean, the other team has to commit a penalty. But, yeah, 4th and 5, by the way, 44% teams convert. So just wanted to throw some numbers out there. I mean, the league's considering things, and why are they considering them? They want more excitement. They want more action. Well, okay, now you all have the numbers. 11% more kickoff returns last year. I would consider that not enough. I got to change these rules some more. Only 7 touchdowns. Think about that. I can have back-to-back weeks and not have a single kickoff return for a touchdown? Seriously? That's ridiculous. Come on now.
Our poll question involves the tush push. The Packers want to get rid of it. Do you think the NFL should ban the play? Early voting all on the side of one David Moulton to ban the tush push. Over 71% of you are saying to ban the play. The texters have been loudly anti-Moulton stance.
Okay. Well, I know why.
A team that other teams can't effectively execute. Don't punish the Eagles for everyone else sucking at it. Come on, Kit Kat, which this person has now given you the name. He calls you
Kit Kat.
Keep the tush push, David. You're nuts calling it unfair.
I knew that would be the word that drives you. You bring the fair word in, sports fans lose their mind. It's unfair. It is.
Tell David we should have all the players wear 2 flags and pull both off for a tackle. That way we take the injuries out of football.
Come on now. Come on. Be serious. All right? Be serious. Come on. Please. I think the NFL has gone way too far. Okay? But there's no other play like it. Here's the other thing, by the way. Tell me the fine line. You do know as a lineman, you're not allowed to grab the ball carrier and carry him. Okay? Seriously, how much of a difference is it? You can't, by rule, carry him forward. But you can, by rule, push him forward? No. It's absurd. It is. Until the Eagles started doing this, none of us thought this was a football play. None of us thought this was a good, legitimate play. We didn't. And by the way, it has nothing to do with the Eagles. And I commend them, by the way. We saw not everybody can run the play. Bills might have been in the Super Bowl if they could run the play. But I think it's absurd. Come on, it's a rugby play. It's not a football play. All right. I'm sorry.
And To me, David, if you're going to ban the tush push, then you have to, what you said, start blowing the whistle when a running back's 5 yards downfield and basically has stopped his forward momentum, and 2 linemen come in and just drill him in the back to get him forward. And I don't think everybody hates it, David, because when I see that play happen and the offensive line pushing a running back down the field for a first down, I've never heard an announcer calling the game going, that's bad for football. They all rave it. Look at that line. Look at the way they work. First down. I don't hear the animosity towards these plays the way you have it. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't see this sentiment out there to ban this.
Oh, I don't think it'll get banned. First off, it'll require 24 votes. I mean, there's not much the league can agree upon. 3/4 agreement to change something? I mean, they just did Goodell a favor last year where he got bent out of shape with no kickoff returns in the Super Bowl, and he came back and raised holy you-know-what, and they said, all right, he's the commissioner. We'll give him what he wants. We'll see how it works. We can rescind it.
More texters, ban the stupid tush push. It's practically cheating.
And for those that point out that, Brady was a great quarterback, sneak quarterback. Yeah, he never got pushed from behind. It's right. The Patriots ran the quarterback sneak, and Brady seemingly could always get a full yard doing it, going off one tack guard or the other. Yes, they were really good at it. He was excellent at it.
So
I don't think, by the way, the ball carrier should be pushed from behind by the lineman either. I don't. If I don't think the ball carrier could be pushed the other way and slammed to the ground, how could I be in favor of 2 offensive linemen with a 15-yard head start running and pushing the pile forward, and you give him those 2 yards? No.
But you think that's on the referee just blowing it dead sooner?
Well, also, I don't think the lineman should be allowed to push the ball carrier forward. I don't. You had your crack at making a block on this play. You either did or you didn't. You don't get a second crack.
So those are the 2 big football issues, big picture issues we've been talking about today on the show. We have spent a little time talking about Matthew Stafford and where it is he may end up. Pat Kerwin said yesterday he thought he'll be in a new home by the end of the week.
Wow. That'd be big.
4 teams have emerged saying they are interested in Stafford. I don't know how the Cleveland Browns would pull it off. They were one of the teams mentioned. The others are the Giants, the Steelers, and the Raiders.
You and I are Stafford fans, admittedly. We're big Matthew Stafford guys, bigger than most. Is that fair to say?
I think so.
Okay. How many quarterbacks better than Stafford? Don't take age, don't take salary into account. We're picking quarterbacks. NFC.
NFC?
Purdy or Stafford?
Stafford.
Okay. So then Kyler Murray or Stafford?
Stafford.
Okay. So now to the East, because Geno Smith and Stafford's a joke. All right. Hurts or Stafford?
I'd take Stafford.
Okay. Jaden Daniels or Stafford?
I'd take Jaden Daniels.
I would too. Dak or Stafford?
I'd take Stafford.
I would too. Okay. We go to the North. Jordan Love or Stafford?
Stafford.
I'd take Stafford also. We're not Goff or Stafford?
I would take Stafford. For the record, yesterday, Pat said Goff.
Interesting. I wonder if that was the 5-6 year age difference. So, and then you get to the South. Baker or Stafford?
That's close. That's close to me. That's a push.
Interesting. All right. So basically, you have Matthew Stafford as damn near the best quarterback in the NFC. I mean,
Right.
you took him over Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
For the record. Okay. Now, obviously, in the AFC, we've got Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, and Lamar, right? So there's 4. Herbert.
It's close.
Tua.
No way. Stafford.
Who am I missing here? Going through teams here. CJ Stroud.
Close, but I'd take Stafford.
Trevor Lawrence.
Stafford.
All right. I just going through. And you're telling me this guy's not worth a second-round pick? You're all doing the rankings right now. Where do you rank them? Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Adam, is a no trade clause. Okay. Coach Grizz?
All set.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on this final Tuesday of February, at least halfway home in the 239 and the 904. Final hour of Miller and Moulton in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Packers want to eliminate the tush push. What do you think? Like it, keep it, or no, I hate the play. It's not a football play. Get rid of it. All right. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton, and vote. SwampBuggy.com, by the way, is where you go to get your tickets to the Swamp Buggy races this Sunday. SwampBuggy.com. He covers college football, pro football, the NFL draft for A to Z Sports. A to Z Sports. He's Travis May. You can follow him on X at FF_Travis M. FF_Travis M. Travis, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this, particularly at this hour. How are you?
I'm doing great. Just up here in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine. Last time we spoke, I believe I was at the Senior Bowl. So it's been a few weeks. Glad to join you guys.
All right. You just posted something minutes ago in which you're talking about tier 2 quarterbacks. And I guess we're assuming that that's anyone in this draft class not named, Ward or Sanders. And you posted a pretty sobering piece. Explain.
Yeah, so, it was breaking down some of the numbers. Actually, that Mel Kiper and Field Yates had talked through recently on QB hit rates. And I've talked through some QB hit rate studies before, and the numbers are pretty daunting once you get outside of the first round, let alone the top 5 or 6 picks in the NFL draft historically. So when looking at tier 2 quarterbacks and assuming that your team can find a true starter outside of the first round, that's a bit of a long shot these days. Yes, there are exceptions like Jalen Hurts of the world. And Drew Brees, Hall of Famer, he was barely a second round pick. And then Derek Carr, who's done pretty well. You could be a starter, but it's hit or miss pretty quickly once you get outside the top options.
All right. With that being said, when you look at these 2 top options, and Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward, a lot of people think that they would be ranked, well behind some of the quarterbacks from last year. How much do you trust either of these 2 guys to be a franchise quarterback?
I think this is emerging as pretty much consensus among those that are already here and that have been around the draft community this spring, even those who followed the sport really closely in college football. Cam Ward has always had the tools to succeed. There were questions about his decision-making heading into his final season. He put everything all together last year, and by most meaningful metrics, finished top 2, top 3, top 4 in the entire country. And so when you mix the upside and the traits and mobility that he brings with the, just pure statistical projection, all that together, he looks like the safest bet in this class for sure. Now, Shedeur is great in his own right. However, there are still questions about how he takes pressure, how he handles pressure, his decision making under pressure, and even in the clean pocket. And so, especially down the stretch last year, there were times that he was making kind of poor decisions that looked like Cam Ward from years prior. And so, I do have questions about the upside of his physical traits. Also, he's got fine on talent, but it's not to the level of Cam Ward, nor is it to the typical level that you see in first round quarterback prospects. So, yes, he's Deion Sanders' son, and yes, he put up some really fun numbers in a pass-happy offense, but I would say that the safer option by most everyone's bet is Cam Ward.
Is Jalen Milroe this year's Anthony Richardson? Okay, obviously he's more established in college, but just in terms of what he brings, his skill set is considered better than his play. And therefore, is Milroe one of the more interesting guys at the Combine?
Yeah, I think what we're going to see if he does fully participate in everything is we're going to see a player who's probably going to test wildly impressive. And so I think that's fun. We see that every single year, that there are guys that impress and they blow us away at the combine and everyone freaks out. But I think in many cases, we shouldn't double count for what we already know. And what we already know about Jalen Milroe is that he's an incredible athlete. He's going to put up one of the fastest 40 times if he does run here in Indianapolis that we've really seen. I mean, we just saw, you mentioned Anthony Richardson 2 years ago, running a 4.43 at the NFL Combine, which is, behind only Michael Vick and I believe Robert Griffin III, and his might have been a pro day. So, like, one of the fastest times we've ever seen. And Jalen Milroe is right there in the mix to be, one of the fastest quarterbacks that we've ever seen in NFL Combine history. But the problem is when that happens, we shouldn't go, oh my gosh, how did this happen? He actually did it. We should go, oh yeah, but we already knew that. We shouldn't double count that and thus rank him any higher. We should look at the quality of quarterback play on the field. And when we do that, we see a really inconsistent passer. We see a guy who can connect on a deep ball here and there, but then miss a layup out in the flat. And so it's the inconsistency that's been maddening throughout his career. And so I don't think, similar to Anthony Richardson, we don't need to vault him up the board just because of his crazy athleticism, because we've already seen how well that's gone for the Colts.
How is the offensive line talent at the Combine? I've heard there's not a lot, particularly at tackle, not a lot of first-round grades. What are you seeing from the O-line? That's, obviously the testing starts today and the workouts start later this week, but what are you expecting out of the O-line from the Combine and then the draft?
Yeah, it's an interesting class because it's a bunch of guys that when you talk to any scouts or anybody really plugged in, they're like, you know what? This guy would be a great tackle, maybe, but I feel like he could kick inside and be really great too. So there's a bunch of guys who have maybe closer to what you might call typical offensive guard measurements, maybe at the arm length, maybe at what you want to see with their footwork. But, they can kick inside long term. So even guys at the top of the board, like Will Campbell out of LSU or Kelvin Banks out of Texas, both those guys might actually be better suited kicking inside long term, but those guys also might somehow be the best two offensive tackles in the class. And so I would say there's just questions athletically and lengthwise. I mean, you're probably going to see those things emerge with, lots of talk about arm length and how this player might kick inside versus outside, and players, in later rounds who have experience playing right guard, left guard some, but they were right tackle later in college. And so I think there are definitely just some questions at this offensive line class of the upside and the typical testing ability. And so it's going to be tough to say that there's a bunch of early first round grades. And even the players who might fit the mold more, like Josh Simmons out of Ohio State, he's coming off of an injury. So we're not even really get to see the normal Josh Simmons this week either. And so, I think there's just a few questions more than anything. I personally think some of the guys have an opportunity to rise this week. I think Josh Connolly Jr. out of Oregon could rise this week at offensive tackle. And I think Armand Nimbo of Missouri has a chance to really rise because he actually was supposed to be at the Senior Bowl, but he was actually sick for that week and had to miss some time. So look for those two guys to kind of rise this week in a class that doesn't have, surefire options.
Travis May, A to Z Sports. A to Z Sports. You can follow him on X, FF_Travis M, FF_Travis M. Do you sense the Combine is losing some significance? Like you mentioned, we talked to you before the Senior Bowl. We sense the Senior Bowl is gaining in significance every year. Do you get the sense the Combine is losing some significance every year?
I think for what it should have been used for, it's not. I mean, it's great to have all the players in one place so that everyone can have the same medical availability and the interview availability and all the in-person stuff that a lot of these people, the teams outside of like regional area scouts, don't have access to. A lot of really good work can get done in the evening when they're not in the spandex on the field. But yeah, I think that there are some questions as to the true meaning behind a lot of these tests. A lot of these tests have been done the same way for a very long time. And you see at certain positions where speed matters or agility matters, and players now being afraid that, if I can't run a really good time, I'm just not going to run at all. And so the player participation has gone way down in certain drills, especially when it comes to the 3-cone drill, especially when it comes to the short shuttle. The drill players are trying to demonstrate their burst and agility, especially at skill positions where if you can't, run around a cone just like this, you might see your draft stock fall. And so I think that the weight that those carry probably should not be as high as many people place on those things, especially even when it comes to the 40-yard dash and the wide receiver position. Most years, the fastest wide receiver is not even the best wide receiver, or even close to it. Like, the exception was last year with Xavier Worthy, where he saw immediate success. Normally the fastest guy is like a John Ross, and he never actually pans out. So, yeah, I think most people are just figuring out maybe these drills don't mean as much as we thought.
Speaking of the wide receivers, how good is this year's class?
I like the top of the class with T-Mac McMillan, that is, from Arizona. I like Luther Burden out of Missouri. If Travis Hunter actually gets to play wide receiver, that would be really fun. And then Emeka Egbuka was kind of like the second fiddle to a lot of really talented wide receivers at Ohio State, having to share targets with Marvin Harrison Jr. Now this past year, having to share targets with, future NFL phenom, true freshman Jeremiah Smith, who looks like the next Julio Jones. And so he wasn't always hyper productive, but he's actually become one of my favorite wide receivers. And yet he's still probably valued in the late, mid to late first round, at least most people that I talk to. And so I think some team in the late first is going to get really lucky by landing Egbuka. But outside of the first round options, I think there's some really great values. Not first round talents and crazy high projections, but Trey Harris's numbers last year were absurd. Like 5 yards per route run was just absolute bonkers efficiency. And then even like later round guys like Ja'Cory Brooks, who's still not getting love. He was a former 5-star Alabama wide receiver, transferred to Louisville, blew up this past year, and yet he's still not getting any day two buzz from those that I talked to. And so I think it goes deeper than a lot of people who are skeptical with this wide receiver group.
Travis May, A to Z Sports, covering college ball, pro ball, the NFL draft. Follow him on X, FF_Travis M, FF_Travis M. Travis, very appreciative of your time and insight once again. Enjoy Indianapolis and safe travels back to Nashville.
I appreciate you guys. You enjoy this week too.
Travis May, kind enough to join us. Talk a little combine here on Miller and Moulton.
Shorts and T-shirts, 3-cone drill, short shuttle.
Yep.
People will watch, David.
Yes, they will. Run, Rich, run. Run, Rich, run. Raise some money for a good cause. Sure. What the heck?
I won't turn it on.
Me neither. But I'll read a bunch of stuff written about it.
I'm going to see if I can just take Pat out to lunch next week.
Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Two weeks tomorrow, I believe, is the 12th, which I believe is 2 weeks tomorrow, isn't it? For March, 4 in the afternoon, 2 weeks tomorrow.
Free agency?
Yeah.
David, in the tournament I played in over the weekend, we had a 4-shot lead in our flight heading into Sunday.
Okay.
By the 4th hole, the 4-shot lead was gone.
Oh, my goodness.
We went par, bogey, double. They went birdie, par, birdie.
Wow, you were one back.
After 3.
Wow. Did you come back?
Yeah. We ended up losing, but we got down. I had a terrible 3-putt on. We made the turn. We started on 7. So on 1, I made a bad 3-putt from 12 feet. I tried to jam in a birdie and blew it 6 feet past the effing hole. But then we got it back on the next hole. And I told my partner, who was starting to get a little nervous, and I'm like, we're going to make par here and win. And after the 3rd hole, we said, we just get through 3. So I'm going to par 4, I'm going to par 5, I'm going to birdie 6, and we're going to win this thing. I proceed to make a fairway bunker shot from like 160 on 4, make par. Now, I should have made birdie on 5 and missed it. And then I pounded drive on 6. That was about 5 yards right of the fairway and went into the hazard. And we lost on the last hole. Yeah, it was a choke, Lucifer. There's no two ways to describe it. I choked. Good news is it was first gross and first net. And we won first net, so I won as much money as they did.
But you could have won both, right?
Well, they only give you one. They won't
okay.
both, so it wouldn't have changed what we would have won.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Jake Brown will join us. We're going to try to hit a bunch of spring training sites and just talk a little baseball between now and opening day. Opening day is what, the 27th, which I think is 4 weeks Thursday. I think NFL free agency is 2 weeks tomorrow. March Madness is 3 weeks today, if you count Dayton.
And I said it yesterday to Bobby Regan. Is this going to be the last field of 68? Is this the last time that this tournament only has 68 teams?
And what did he say?
Said, I hope not, but he's scared too because of the people that are in charge of expanding this thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah. They don't care about the health of the tournament.
And Seth Davis is the only media member out there that I know that's in favor of it. Like John Fanta isn't. John Rothstein isn't. There are a lot of big college basketball people who hate this idea.
Now, Seth, in fairness to Seth has said, I'm not in favor of it, but they're going to expand the tournament. They are. So we need to wrap our heads around this idea. And also we need to limit the expansion. We need to make sure it's only to 72, no more than 76. And then he said, and how about if you think about it this way? We haven't had a significant expansion of the tournament in 40 years. I think it was 1985 when they went from 48 to 64. And then he goes, yeah, okay, 15 years ago, whenever it was, we added 4 play-ins. Okay? Here's my thing. I don't know how a bracket's ever the same. I don't know how you do them. Or is that what, we all have to do them in 24 hours?
No. I think what would happen, David, I think all the 16s will end up in a play-in game. All of them. That's the first thing that I think will happen. And then you'll have some play-ins for the 11s for the rest of it.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. It isn't.
I agree.
That's
what I believe will happen because they don't care about the 16 seeds.
No, they don't. They only care about getting more Big 10, SEC, Big 12 teams into the tournament. That's all they care about. And ACC. That's it. Can I just throw a football stat out there?
Sure.
A lot of things get said, like you've brought up a couple times today. Should a team trade for Stafford? And what certain people say no, it's a dumb idea, is, well, are you going to win a Super Bowl with him, yes or no? Like, should the Raiders or Giants really give up anything for Stafford? Are they really, how many years does he have left since he's 37? And are you really going to win a Super Bowl during the next 2, 3, 4 years with Matthew Stafford? Probably not. So therefore, don't make the deal. And that gets said a lot, Mark. Kind of like, well, did so-and-so win a Super Bowl? Well, then how good are they really? Do you know how many active quarterbacks have won a Super Bowl?
Well, not that many. Mahomes, Hurts, Stafford.
And there's really a dividing line. Okay, because those are the ones that have won Super Bowls this decade. And then you got the old guard. And you could consider Stafford part of the old guard. After all, he was the first pick of the 2009 draft.
I mean, I guess Rodgers, if he's still going to be in the league.
Russell Wilson, and technically Joe Flacco. That's it. You got 6 quarterbacks who have won a Super Bowl. By the way, 4 of the 6 are 35 or older. You got Mahomes and Hurts. That's it. That's it. Okay? So it's tough to just put the Super Bowl designation. Just like Mark, we've had 2 Super Bowl winning coaches lose their job here in the last month or so. Doug Peterson and Mike McCarthy. Do you know how many active head coaches have won the Super Bowl? I've got the number at 7. Andy Reid, Sean Payton, Sean McVay, Pete Carroll, Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh, Nick Sirianni. Am I missing anybody?
I don't
active head coaches. So we got 6 quarterbacks, and that's with Flacco and Rodgers active, by the way. And we'll see if there are teams out there willing to employ them next year. And we got 7 head coaches. So
trying to say it's pretty hard to win that final game?
Well, but I'm saying, so does that mean all the other teams, shouldn't try to compete? Somebody's only worth something if they win the final game of the year?
What I think's interesting, David, too, when it comes to Stafford, and we talked about the Giants earlier, and you think that their line, and you follow the Giants closely, is a little, is average to maybe above average.
When the left tackle's healthy, yes.
The Raiders' offensive line, I worry about quite a bit. I don't think it's a very good offensive line, but everybody keeps pointing to the Pittsburgh Steelers to where Stafford should go because we think of the Steelers in a certain light. Their offensive line was horrible. They don't have a running game. They have one receiver who's a diva and only plays when he wants. Explain to me, Stafford going to Pittsburgh, how this instantly cures that terrible offense.
Well, and this is where I wonder, does Cooper Kupp become part of the trade equation? That if you're taking one, you also take the other. And in theory, you could give up less. Because by taking Cooper Kupp off the Rams' hands, in theory, you should only have to give the Rams less. Like if I'm the Giants, do I want Cooper Kupp? Not really. But I got a veteran wide receiver I'm going to let go in Sterling Shepard. I got a couple others who, quite frankly, shouldn't have roster spots. I can free up the money to make room for 1 or 2 more years of Cooper Kupp.
And both the Giants and Pittsburgh could use that number 2 guy.
Well, the Steelers, I think.
Steelers especially.
Definitely use them. Now, for Stafford, when you look at here's the irony. The Steelers are the better team, obviously. But if you look at the Raiders and you look at the Giants, if you're Stafford, you're like, well, hell, I get Neighbors if I'm going to the Giants. That's the number 1 receiver. And then you look at the Raiders and you go, well, hell, I get Brock Bowers.
But if you go to the Raiders, look at the division you're in.
Oh, I know.
All 3 of these teams. You go to the Giants, look at the division you're in.
Uh-huh.
You go to the Steelers, you're playing against Burrow and Lamar.
Once again, why is he leaving the NFC West? Why are they getting rid of him again?
Why do they not want to give him money for a couple of years? I don't understand it, David.
All.
Who played the Eagles tougher than anybody else in this postseason?
It wasn't close, actually.
It wasn't close.
Was not close. Difference in the game was Saquon. Rams couldn't stop him, but the Rams sacked Hurts 7 times. I mean, it was a hell of a game. Good, fun game, too. If Jalen Carter doesn't beat the backup guard for a sack, Stafford's got a wide open Nakua in the end zone for the game. It might have been game winning, but it certainly would have been go-ahead touchdown with 1.5 minutes to play.
So I just wonder if they let him seek this and get a deal and the Rams say finally we'll match it, because that's what they should do. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. The Packers want to get rid of the tush push. Do you think the NFL should ban the play? Right now, 59% of you say ban the tush push. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Come on, guys. All right. This is not a quarterback sneak. Come on. Don't try to insult my intelligence or anybody who's against it and tell us it's a quarterback sneak. It's not a quarterback sneak. None of us are against a quarterback sneak. None of us against a running play. This is not a running play. Okay? This isn't. This is half quarterback sneak, half get 700 pounds behind him and push him as far as you can. I'll tell you what, I'll be all for the tush push if the defense, when they tackle a ball carrier, can push him 5 yards back and where he hits the ground, that's where we spot the ball. What's the difference? What's the difference than the tush push forward or the running back going forward gets hit, gets driven 5 yards back and pounded to the ground? We spot the ball there. Come on. If it was a quarterback sneak, then it'd be great. Oh, so it's okay to go forward but not backward? I mean, once again, come on. There's never been any other play like it in the league, and you're trying to tell me it's exactly like quarterback sneaks have been for the last 70 years? Come on. I want to see the quarterback sneaks again. Run me a good quarterback sneak, 4th and a half a yard. Better, yeah, but how about 4th and 1? They actually have to hand it to a running back. Logic Man, it has nothing to do with that. Okay, absolutely nothing to do with Josh Allen and the Bills screwing it up. No, Logic Man, we're not bitching because the Eagles do it better than everybody else. I applaud the Eagles for doing it better than everybody else. We're bitching because it's not a football play. It's a rugby play. If I'm the Giants, I'm taking Cup off their hands also, and I'm giving them a third round pick, and that's it. But I'm taking $40 million off their cap. If they won't do that, then I give up my second round pick for Stafford, which I know is the second pick of the round. This is not an anti-Eagles thing, Logic Man, or anybody else who's an Eagles fan. Okay, if the Giants ran the play, I'd hate it. Hate it.
First time went right to voicemail.
That's weird. He's tweeted about it all morning.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. The Packers turned out to be the unnamed team, even though they were named pretty quickly, that wants to abolish the tush push. What do you say? Thumbs up on the tush push, thumbs down on the tush push. You know how much I hate it. I'm dead set against the play. I don't think it's a football play. I think it's a rugby play. And I think it's unfair, which I know drives you all crazy when you mention that in sports. Because it sounds soft. Oh, we can't have that. But I'm against it. Mark, where are you officially, by the way? Where did you vote?
I'm fine with it. I voted leave it. I don't have a problem with the play.
All right. So there we are. Once again, Miller and Moulton divided. Swamp Buggy races poll
if it went away, it wouldn't bother me either. I'm a little more indifferent about this play as you are. If it went away, fine. If they keep it, fine. The tush push doesn't bother me. One team does it way better than everyone else. Mm-hmm. Other teams can't do it. Teams have tried. They've gotten better. I mean, Kansas City does it with Kelsey lining up behind, and they've had some success. So there have been other ways to implement it.
Right.
But it is stoppable.
Oh,
teams
it is.
have stopped it.
It is stoppable. Yeah. It is. It's not unstoppable. It's highly successful when done decently or better. But so but here's the irony, by the way, of all the teams, the Packers being the one to say, hey, get rid of this play. Because the Packers' 4th and 1 conversion rate is actually better than the Eagles. But they just don't think it's a football play and think it should be banned. I don't either. I'll see if it even comes to a vote. I mean, a lot of stuff gets thrown out there, doesn't even get voted on. But that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly.
So right now, 55% of you are banning it. More non-banners have been coming in the 8 o'clock hour. But it's a pretty close poll. Pretty good voting. That
Right.
Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on.
I will say it's a topic that clearly has energized you guys. Okay. So I think it's a legitimate topic. It's why I hope that the NFL will at least debate it and vote on it. Jake Brown covers the Mets. Mets Daily, Sports Illustrated. Okay, you can follow Jake on X at Jake Brown Radio, Jake Brown Radio. Jake, it's David and Mark. Top of the morning to you. How are you?
Good morning. I moved to suburban New Jersey, and now I get no phone calls. I have no idea why. I don't know. You think this is T-Mobile? I got Verizon. I don't know what the service here in suburbia. They got Olive Gardens for everyone, but they don't have phone service. I don't get it.
Well played, sir. Well played. I am of the belief that the Mets are in denial, and the Mets need to go out and get a pitcher right away. You've lost 2 starting pitchers in like 4 days of spring training. And do they really want to go 1 month without one guy and 2 months without the other? Your thoughts on the Mets and their starting pitching injuries to Minaya and Montas?
Yeah, I wrote about this on the Mets Sports Illustrated site yesterday. I think they have to. I think they're playing themselves and they're saying they're comfortable with what you're not comfortable with Tyler McGill and Paul Blackburn and Griffin Canning. Let's get serious. And it's February. We're not even in March. There's going to be another injury in a week. We could wake up today and there's someone else had a oblique injury. Like, I wouldn't be surprised by that. And I think they are trying to set themselves up financially to do it. Something tells me that the move last night for Canario, the outfielder, means that they are trying all they can to move Starling Marte's contract and try to free up money to get a pitcher. Because remember, any pitcher they sign is double the price because 110% luxury tax. So if they sign Jose Quintana for $8 million, he's $17 million, $16 million, whatever the math is, on 110%. He's going to cost double the price. And they're thinking to themselves, why are we paying a 4th or 5th starter $16 million? So I wrote about potential options. I think Spencer Turnbull's another guy on the Phillies last year, was a starter, moved to a reliever that not a lot of people are talking about. But if they want to be serious about this rotation and winning, and they should be, because this is a championship caliber team if they do it right, they got to go get a starting pitcher.
Obviously, the signing of Juan Soto was the biggest news of the offseason, and he is already producing, some spring training results, but just getting rave reviews of his approach, how he gets ready for every day. Has he changed any other players already in spring training by how aggressively he approaches the game?
Well, he changed Brett Beatty from a Toyota 4Runner to a $92,000 new Toyota, whatever he gave him, his dream car, which, I mean, listen, you're an athlete. That's your dream. I would think his dream car is like a Porsche or something. But, it's a lot better than a 4Runner. So he changed his life. The joke was that he'll drive that now to Miami where he'll get traded, or he'll drive it up to Syracuse where he ends up in AAA, because Brett Beatty's part of the 2025 Mets, then this year might have gone wrong for the team. That he changed. I think just the aura. I think he gets along with a lot of the guys. He didn't like Jose Siri. I think that was out there. I think that was, I heard similar things, that they did not like each other. Now they're best of friends. And now, they're buddy. And I think the Latino partnership with him and Marte and Lindor, I think it is a big deal. There's a lot of good chemistry in that clubhouse right now. And I think he's a part of it. And I think guys are just wowed. I mean, they're looking at his routine and his swing and just the fact that he swung and missed, he bobs his head, commends the pitcher, and then clobbers a home run in his first spring training at bat. I know it's spring. I know it doesn't matter, but that is boss. That is just incredible. And you see why he got the biggest contract in sports history. So I think, it's not just what he puts up. It's the guy in front of him. It's the guy behind him. I think he makes the whole Mets lineup better. And the guys behind him now are going to get pitches to hit and meatballs that they may have not got in the past, because they may have been pitched around. So I think he's going to make the Mets a lot better. And I think there's a reason fans are excited. Ticket sales are up, and, the aura is right in Queens right now.
He's the host of Mets Daily. He writes about him for Sports Illustrated. Jake Brown. Follow him on X at Jake Brown Radio, Jake Brown Radio. Listen, this team won a tiebreaker just to get in the playoffs last year. They didn't win 90 games. they had some people perform in ways that they hadn't necessarily performed at before. Are we sure Vientos is the real deal? You know what I'm getting at here. I mean, how much of that run last year was a magic carpet ride and how much was real?
Listen, I think it was real because of that clubhouse and because of that manager. And I think what they did is they brought a lot of guys back who worked in that clubhouse. Sean and I, unfortunately, was hurt, but should be back late April, was one of them. I think the last missing pieces are obviously Quintana, who I think any minute we're going to see is signing, whether it's the Mets or someone else, because he did get pulled from the qualifying WBC game last night because the rumor is that he signed with the team. So I think Jose Quintana news could be coming out today. That's the missing piece. And then Candelita, Jose Iglesias, our Latin pop star backup infielder that came up and saved the season. He's kind of the last piece. So I think we're moving on from the OMG Grimace Mets, and maybe it's the Nueva York and the new Juan Soto Mets. That could be the movement. But I think some of it was magic, but a lot of it was real. I think it was a pitching staff with that was exceeded their expectations, and those guys are still there. And Jeremy Hefner, the guy who helped them exceed those expectations, is still there. One of the most underrated pitching coaches in the sport, and they call it the Hefner Pitching Lab. I always said I wish Hugh Hefner was alive so we get Hugh Hefner and Jeremy Hefner in the same room together. It would be glory, and there'd be sponsorships, there'd be commercials, it'd be amazing. But unfortunately, that day will never come. But I think Jeremy Hefner's a big part of it. I think Carlos Mendoza's even keel ability as a manager. The Mets haven't had a real manager like him that's, he did nothing that made me lose sleep last year, which I've talked to Terry Collins about this. We've laughed over it. I have moves that he made that I still lose sleep over to this day. I have moves that Luis Rojas made and him using the word up, down. I may never do a push-up again because of Luis Rojas' use of the term up, down. I have horror stories from it. So I just think the coaching staff, the front office, everything is in place here for the first time, maybe ever for the Mets. They come from a prior the coupons and bad managers and bad hires and, target off seasons where the highlights were signing backup outfielder Jake Marisnik and 38-year-old Rick Porcello. They've come a long way from those teams. So I just think the expectations are higher. Last year it was, all right, we'll contend for a wild card spot. Now people are talking about a World Series. So with big expectations come, the harsh reality of, hey, you guys better be good. Or, Steve Cohen's already said the minimum is playoffs. You better be good or, some of these guys won't be back next year. So to answer your question, it was some magic, but I do think a lot of it was real.
How many jobs are available for the Mets, or is there 26 and their starting lineup pretty much set going into spring training?
Yeah, well, I think the key here is health. I think starting rotation is up for grabs for the last couple spots. So at the start of the season, the Mets have 3 scheduled off days first couple of weeks. So they wanted to go 6 man. They're going to start with 5 men. Hopefully that gets them up to the point where Sean Manaea is back and they'll be okay. But they really want to go 6 man. So the rotation is the biggest thing to watch. Clay Holmes never been a starting pitcher. He did in the minors. He did his rookie year, but he's doing something he hasn't done since 2018. Kodai Senga's coming off a year where he made 1 start. I was holding the OMG sign behind the dugout that night, and maybe I was bad luck because then he hurt his calf and he was out for basically the whole year. So Kodai Senga, they're hoping, can stay healthy, but they got a couple guys in the rotation who are question marks. So that's the big thing. Second base, I think Luisangel Acuna is the big player to watch for the Mets. I think he's a lock now to make the roster. Nick Madrigal just dislocated or fractured his shoulder fielding a ball. Didn't even get to hit. I mean, good. Mets fans, poor Nick Madrigal. The guy hurts himself, and Mets fans are in the Twitter replies with dancing emojis to sign Candelita back. The guy's out for the year, and people are sending dancing emojis. I feel bad for him, but I think that means Acuna, obviously brother of Ronald Acuna, will be on the roster. I think he's a big guy to watch. In terms of an open spot, against left-hand pitching, I think Acuna plays every day at second base. McNeil plays against righties. Backup shortstop, Acuna may have to be that guy too with Madrigal out. But otherwise, in terms of the lineup, there's not much wiggle room. Center fielder is likely Siri, but this guy Candelario could maybe work his way on the roster. Left field is Nimmo. Right field Soto. Third base Vientos. Catcher Alvarez. First base Alonso. So the DH is maybe something to watch, but right now that's a Winker Marte platoon. But like I said, I would keep an eye on a trade of Starling Marte for the Mets to free up room to add a pitcher. That's what my gut is telling me here in the next couple of weeks what will happen. But starting rotation is really the one specific area where there is some wiggle room on this team.
Quick final question for me, Jake. Do you think the Mets would prefer to trade McNeil?
I think they would walk him to the airport if they could. I think they'd walk him to, I mentioned Olive Garden. They'd give him unlimited breadsticks for life if they could. But unfortunately, he's got $15.75 million each of the next 2 years. Who the heck is paying Jeff McNeil that? Now, I shouldn't rag on him too much. I get it. He was a batting champion. I think the shift might have ruined Jeff McNeil's career. That is a guy that thrived off being able to hit it where they hit it where they ain't, the old saying. That's what Jeff McNeil did better than anyone and what won him a batting title. I just think no one in the right mind wants to pay him that much. Maybe next year it's easier to stomach when it's just 1 year remaining. That's why Marte's kind of intriguing, because it's just a rental player 1 year. I just think with 2 years, the Mets would have to eat probably a whole year. And why are they doing that when they're already deep in the luxury tax and are not penny pinching, but they're watching their spending right now because they don't want to pay double for anyone. So my hope is McNeil has a really good first half, because then I think the Mets in July say, hey, who wants an ex-batting champ who's hitting 300 right now? He becomes a lot more tradable at the deadline if that were the case. But unfortunately right now, the fact that he's very inconsistent and also has some injuries, whether it was in the field or he got hit by a pitch, he just hasn't been out there enough consistently for anyone to really want him. But there's no question they've taken calls on him. There just hasn't been the interest.
Jake Brown covers the Mets for Sports Illustrated, hosts Mets Daily. Follow him on X, Jake Brown Radio. Jake Brown Radio. Jake, thanks for getting back to us. We appreciate it. Enjoy spring.
Yeah, it's 54 degrees, so it's summer here in New Jersey, which it's beautiful. So hopefully get down to Florida and hopefully get new phone service and get your calls next time. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Jake.
Jake Brown covering the Mets and joining us here on Miller and Moulton. Damn cell service. Get you every time. We always think it's our phones. I mean, let's be honest, Mark. I mean, we always think it's us.
No. I knew it was him.
Oh, okay.
When I went to voicemail twice back to back, when I don't get, when I get the long ringing and nothing happens, then I think it's on us.
Gotcha.
But once I get the name on the voicemail, but fortunately he was able to get back to me quickly. We got him hooked up and got a little Mets talk for our audience and for David. Do you feel better, worse, or the same about your Mets team after that interview?
The same. But here's my thing. They're a bad franchise historically. They've only made the playoffs in back-to-back seasons twice. Okay? And you know me, Mark. Sometimes I'm just like, hey, tell you what, you're expected to make the playoffs. How about if you just meet expectations? That'd be a nice place to start.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
A showdown in the swamp. The final race of the season. Everything's on the line at record-breaking speeds. Don't miss Swamp Buggy Racing's World Championship, the Bud Cup Final, Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park, Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com. Florida's oldest racing tradition is racing like you've never seen before in 6 categories. But Swamp Buggy Racing is always a great day of family fun with kid-friendly pricing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the World Championship. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It's funny. The Mets were probably a very close third. The Mets might have remained like tied for first if my grandmother Moulton had stayed alive. She died in January of 85. I was 19. We watched Mets games together all the time. But Giants are probably number one because of my grandfather. Rangers a close second. But I care about those three teams far more than I care about the Knicks. I mean, they're like 1A, 1B, 1C to me. There's really not much difference. I might say the Jets, for one. Buffalo Sabres. even the Sabres are worse than the Pirates, Yinzer.
The Sabres are worse than the Pirates only because the expectations for the Sabres the last 3 years have been much higher with what the Pittsburgh Pirates expectations are terrible.
But the Pirates at least had that, 3-4 year thing
Right.
last decade where they made the playoffs.
Yep. No, you're right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton. In the 239 and the 904, we thank you for listening. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Just us this hour. No guests. If you missed David Samson, Travis May, Jake Brown, you go to millerandmoulton.com and download what you missed. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. The Packers were the ones. They are the team that are recommending that the competition committee vote on whether or not to keep the tush push. 24 teams have to agree to ban it. I don't think the two of us think they'll come anywhere close to banning it.
No, I do not. I think the play will continue to exist. I find it hysterical, however, between and I could be wrong, but I know who some of the people are who come into the Twitch chat room and then basically take the same comments and text them to me as if they didn't feel they got enough out of you in the Twitch chat room that they need to come at me. And it's been amazing how bent out of shape Eagles fan is today. You just won the freaking Super Bowl. Your play's not going to get banned. Lighten up, Francis.
Well, they do feel as if this is an attack on them, though. And I can't convince them, like, my opposition to it has nothing to do with the Eagles. Absolutely nothing. And then they go, well, you're a Giants fan. I hated this play. I've hated it from the beginning. It has nothing to do with the team running it. And so that would be the only thing I'd want to convince Eagles fan of. This is not personal. Not from me. Trust me, if the Giants ran this play and won the Super Bowl running this play, I'd say it's a BS play and it needs to be banned. I just hate it. I don't think it's fair. And how many times in the 20 years that Miller and Moulton have been on the radio have either one of us said that they didn't think something in sports was fair? I truly don't believe the play is fair.
Now, the one thing that David has said, and I agree with him on this, if they are going to ban the tush push, then they need to ban the running back who's 5 yards past the line of scrimmage and the play is seemingly dead when 3 linemen come running in and block the man another 5 yards. You can't ban the tush push and keep that play in the game.
Correct.
If you did that, that would also not be fair, David.
No, it's not. And like the part of it that first off, I don't think it's fair that you get to just push the guy from behind. Because you're not allowed to carry the guy from behind. And
what game was it where he did carry the guy? Was
it was
that a college game?
No, it was an NFL game. And it was a key game in December, actually. And I thought it was a Bills lineman.
And just
grabbed
up and carried him over.
And carried him over the line into the end zone. And that was illegal.
And they didn't call it.
And I don't know how they could not call it. It was obvious that they carried him from the 3 across the goal line. But so that's all. I don't think the play is fair. I truly don't. And I've said that I've said that a handful of times in 20 years on the radio, that I thought something in sports was going on that I didn't think was fair. But so I'm just against the play. And it's pretty close to 50-50, a pretty good vote for us on our poll question so far. So just go that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton, and vote. And I think, by the way, that'll be close to the vote of the NFL teams also. That I think it'll be somewhere between low to mid-teens, and you need 24 votes to change it. So we don't think the play is going to get banned, but it's actually going to get discussed, which it hasn't before.
Who votes on it? The GMs or the owners, David? Help me out here.
Teams, so it's owners.
Which is another reason why it more than likely stays, because I don't even know if ownership and GMs go down to the coach and ask what they think. Because I think if the coaches voted on this, David, I think there's a good chance the play would be banned.
I think there'd be a better chance. I do. But, I mean, the play is likely to stand. But the Packers were the team that said, you know what, I think we should discuss this. Okay. And the irony is the Packers' 4th and 1 conversion rate was actually better than the Eagles. I think they were the top 2 in the league. So take that for what it's worth. But this is not an Eagles thing. Not for me. It really isn't. Don't know if I can convince Eagles fan of that, but it's not an Eagles thing. Trust me. Hell, I was rooting for you to win the Super Bowl. But anyway.
And you didn't need it in that game because your defense destroyed Kansas City.
You know what I think the Eagles should do when they go to the White House? Because that's the other thing that came about yesterday. The Eagles were like, who said we didn't want to go to the White House? We'd love to go to the White House. So, okay. Glad we clarified that. Now, not every player may go, but the Eagles as an organization want to go. Okay. Last time they won the Super Bowl, they didn't go because quite a few players, as it turns out, weren't going to go. The White House found out and they canceled the appearance the night before. So the Eagles are like, we're waiting for the invite. We haven't gotten it yet. And the White House officially yesterday said, we're working on it. You know, they have to check schedules too. You know, got a few things going on. So I think, Mark, what the Eagles should do is at some point, whether they have it outside in the Rose Garden or they have it inside somewhere, I think the Eagles should just ask President Trump, do you mind if we do the tush push? And are there certain people in the media you would like to have on the other side? I think you'd get a kick out of that.
I think you're right.
You know, line up all the NBC, CBS, ABC, AP, you know, line them all up. And then, you know, the Eagles can come do the tush push. Anyway.
Make for a good White House presser.
Make for a good photo op. Anyway.
The other big football story that we've spent time on today is Matthew Stafford has been given permission to seek a trade. Why the Rams are allowing this is beyond David and I's wildest ideas and dreams, because there's no way either of us would let him leave if we were running the Rams. What are the, we've talked about where he's going to go. Let's just take what Pat told me yesterday and thinking that Stafford's gone by the end of the week and that he's going to get moved. Let's just say that happens. If you're the Rams, then where do you pivot at quarterback?
You're going to hate my answer. You are going to absolutely hate my answer. Aaron Rodgers.
David, I don't know what other choice. I mean, Aaron Rodgers or Sam Darnold?
Sam would cost a lot more. They'd have to win a bidding war for Sam Darnold. They're competing against no one for Aaron Rodgers. It's a good team with a really good wide receiver, and he might, because Devontae is going to get cut by the Jets too, he might bring Devontae with him.
I don't know if Aaron Rodgers can still play in the league. I really don't. I know his numbers last year weren't bad when it comes to TD to interception. They were largely in a couple of games where he had some big games. He was pretty mediocre all year long. He doesn't move very well. Neither did Stafford. You do have a running back there. You have Puka Nacua. If you brought him with you there, Devontae Adams, then you've got two weapons. So it's not the worst idea I've ever heard. I don't know where else they go, David.
Well, see, I don't think Cousins is getting let go because it'll cost the Falcons $22.5 million more to let him go than to keep him. So why wouldn't you keep him? I mean, you think you know what you have in Penix, but you don't fully know. And Penix suffered 2 significant injuries in college. So if it's not going to cost you more money to keep him, why don't you just keep him around? I mean, he's the one that has to suck it up and deal with being the backup. And so I don't think Cousins is going to make it to market.
I don't either. For the reasons that you just said. And Atlanta's kind of alluded that they have no problem with him as the backup. So
right. I mean, think about it. They were planning on Cousins and Penix being their quarterback room for 2-3 years when they drafted Penix. So the fact that the rotation is different now, why should they have a problem with it?
Now, if Stafford ends up in Vegas, a lot of people thought Russ was going to Vegas. That opens up the opportunity for the Rams to get Russ or Russ to stay in Pittsburgh. That's what's out there.
Think about the type of quarterback, though, that Sean McVay wants. Remember, he ran Jared Goff out of town. So you tell me how good your quarterback has to be for Sean McVay to be interested in you. He was the first overall pick of the draft, and in McVay's second season, he took him to the Super Bowl. And 2 years later, McVay practically drove him to Detroit himself. He did that to Jared Goff, who's currently making $52 million a year. So I think you got to be able to throw the ball around the lot pretty well. Sean McVay and the Rams just embarrassed Sam Darnold in the playoffs. I mean, when you were watching that game, did you think, boy, the Rams would really like that Darnold to be their quarterback?
No, I did not. They showed, and as did Detroit with the blitzing, they showed what the last couple games cost Sam Darnold a lot of money.
So I don't think the Rams have a lot of options here, but they need somebody who can chuck it around the lot. I thought in the second half of last season, outside of one bad game in Buffalo, when I thought the whole team quit, I thought Aaron Rodgers showed he could still chuck it around the lot. Now, can he move? No. But, Mark, I just don't know why they'd trade Matthew Stafford for Aaron Rodgers.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hands cold, David?
My hands are cold. My room is cold. By the way, Irish football, it's McVeigh with an A. Very close, by the way. I mean, Peyton's obviously done it longer. Now having success with a second team. But McVay's record, I mean, beat Sean Payton and the Saints in the NFC title game on the way to his first Super Bowl. Irish football, you should hear people talk about Sean McVay, though, who are around the Rams, and I respect his ability. The Rams, I think, have just had back-to-back seasons where they started 1-4 and they made the playoffs.
Ross Dellinger from Yahoo just tweeted out, college football commissioners are beginning their meeting here in Dallas. The agenda is focused more on operations and possible changes to the 2025 playoff rather than 2026 plus.
I take that to be the whole seeding thing.
Correct. That's what it is.
That's a good point, Empire.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. We have, I don't know, 4 or 5 system plays tonight. And, man, we have gotten stuck lately, Mark, with some bad teams that our system has to end up supporting. I mean, not even 500 teams. Like, damn. Whew. Could be a rough one tonight. I mean, put it this way. If I give you 2 and 3 right now in our system, would you take it?
Yes. Absolutely. Just get me to Saturday.
So we got that coming up as well. What's that? I don't know if it's breaking news, but news item that you were talking about during the break?
So Yahoo Sports reporting that the college football, Ross Dellinger from Yahoo does a great job, that the college football playoff commissioners are beginning their meeting in Dallas.
Okay.
The Big Ten and the SEC want changes to the playoff. We all thought that their agenda was to change the playoff in 2026. According to Ross, the agenda is more focused on operations and possible changes to the 2025 playoff rather than 2026 and beyond. The Big Ten and the SEC, according to Ross, want straight seeding in 2025. But the one thing, in order for the Big Ten and SEC to get what they want, they need a unanimous vote.
Right.
And Trent and I talked about this briefly yesterday, David, and we thought we were talking more 2026 and beyond, because you and I have both said this 14-team playoff in 2026, we don't think we'll ever see the light of day. They're going from 12 to 16.
That's what we think, yes.
Even though on the books right now it says they're going to 14. We don't think that ever happens. But there's no way. I don't even care if they're guaranteeing me 2 teams. I'm not letting them straight seed this. I want a home game if I'm one of the 4 best conference champions. And I don't know why they would give in to the Big Ten and the SEC. I don't.
Well, the only reason you give in is out of fear, and then it would be fear of what? I mean, the fear is that the Big Ten and the SEC will then gobble up a few more teams from some of the other conferences, and they'll take their, what do they have, 34 teams between them now? Pick the number. Is the number 36? Is it 40, 42, 48, whatever? But that they'll grab their teams and they'll go off and they'll do their own thing. And they'll leave you with essentially an FCS-like product that won't garner a whole lot of television interest either. And that's where the money is, as we all know. So I think that's, I can't see the Big Ten and the SEC taking their ball and going home over this issue. Like, I do think, Mark, this is one of the few times that if you're the other conferences, you can stand up to them. And you could go, yeah, you're not going to do that. So the answer is no. Now, the bigger question, though, is going forward. I mean, we have it in the NFL, and there's the occasional grumbling that the 9-8 division champion, like the Rams this year, we just talked about them. They were 10-7. They hosted the 14-3 Minnesota Vikings in the wild card round. Was there kicking and screaming? Where there's picketing in the streets? Is there anybody saying the NFL is broken? A few people saying they didn't think it was fair, didn't think it was right. Vikings should have hosted the game. And Mark, the NFL says the same thing every time. Okay, yeah, division champion means something. It will always mean something. They'll always get a home game. The owners have flat out said, we will never change this policy.
If I guaranteed you, not in 2025, but in 2026 and beyond, when this goes to 16, if I guaranteed that the 4 best conference champions will host a first-round game, would that be enough? Meaning the ACC and the Big 12 could be seeded 7 and 8, but they get a home game. Would that be enough if you were the Big 12 and the ACC?
I would hope so, because in essence, Mark, isn't that what you have now? I mean, you're thinking that more years than not, you're going to be the teams and not Boise State that are the 3rd and 4th best conference champions, et cetera. So, I mean, you get a home game now, or actually you don't get a home game, you get a first round bye. We're guaranteeing you a home game. Great. Isn't that very NFL?
Yes. And I think, Notre Dame's going to vote for the straight seeding because this gives them the opportunity to do something that they don't have the opportunity to do right now. That's host a game.
Well, that's not true. They just hosted a game.
I'm sorry. I mean, to get a bye.
Right.
In this year. I'm sorry, not host, but to get a bye for next year.
Right. Now, what you and I think they will go 16 and there will be no more buys. So in theory, you're taking buys off the table, and you and I, oh, by the way, we're going to have 8 home games to start things off.
But if it's straight seeding, Notre Dame could potentially be the 1 seed.
Could. Yeah. Where now they can't be better than the 5. Here's what I'm wondering. I mean, can they continue to penalize Notre Dame in any way, shape, or form? Let's just say they agree to give the Big 12 and the ACC a home game, Mark, but they're not guaranteeing they're going to seed them in the top 4. They will figure out a way to seed them in the top 8, but they will not seed them in the top 4. Well, what can they do to Notre Dame? Seriously. The only thing right now, there's a penalty for being independent. You can't get a bye. You have to win 4 games to win the Natty if you're Notre Dame. Notre Dame said, yeah, we're good with that. They got their home game. They won the next one. Hell, they won the next one. Turns out they won 3 games. Kept all the money along the way, too.
Yes, they did.
I mean, seriously, is that the only thing they can do to Notre Dame now? Is there some financial penalty they could look at them and go, yeah, you can't keep all of it. It's unfair.
I think the penalty that they're giving Notre Dame, and it really isn't much of a penalty, David, but when they go to 16 and it's 4 Big 10, 4 SEC, 2 ACC, 2 Big 12, 1 group of 5, that leaves them with the only shot to get in as being the one at large.
So as opposed to now, in which in theory they have a 1 in 8, they have a 1 in 7 chance, right?
Right.
in theory, it could be the top 4 conferences, although this year one of them was a group of 5. But they're saving 5 of the 12 spots for conference champions.
And they're equal on the 1 out of the 7.
So Notre Dame has a 1 in 7 chance of making the playoff now. In theory, going forward at 16 teams, they'd look at Notre Dame and say you have a 1 in 3. And that's your penalty for remaining independent.
And Notre Dame would take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Particularly with the chance to be seated a lot higher than they are now and continue to have that home game when this goes to 16, which we think it will.
And I think once it gets that big, by the way, Notre Dame would make it every year a 10-2, no matter who the 10 and who the 2 were against. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. It's all next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Empire, you guys aren't annoying. That's what the whole Twitch chat room's for. I think you guys get more annoyed with each other. Sonny, I'll bet you he does get invited to the White House because he's a big fan of Putin, and so's this White House. And I'll bet you it's a gesture that he does it. Maybe not. Maybe just offer some congratulations. Like, it used to be a big deal when the president called. Remember? The president would call in the locker room.
Well, my buddies really grew up with Bill Guerin. They're childhood friends from 4 years old on, played hockey together their whole lives. And his wife got to meet Billy on their first date. They went to a game. And so she's known Billy for over 20 years. And all of a sudden when Trump's calling Billy Guerin's phone, she's like, what the?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Tomorrow, Seth Everett will be on the show for his weekly visit. And we'll hit another spring training destination. I can guarantee that. May talk the bubble a little bit. Maybe. All right. But then again, if the teams that Miller and Moulton have to ride tonight perform the way that they've been performing all year, we may not talk college basketball at all tomorrow. We may be in the fetal position tomorrow. Man, we've got some bad teams that our system plays tonight. Man.
Bad teams, David.
Damn.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was a day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com, mention Miller and Moulton to get 10% off your service. Game Day Men's Health, proud sponsor of Miller and Moulton. Today in 1836, this guy named Samuel Colt patents the first multi-shot revolving cylinder revolver. 1862, the first Legal Tender Act is passed by U.S. Congress, authorizing the United States note into circulation. It is the first paper money that is legal tender in the U.S. 1940, first televised hockey game in the U.S. The Rangers defeat the Canadiens 6-2 at the Garden.
Remember, we only got 4 teams. I mean, it's either Montreal, New York, or it's Boston, and then it's, Toronto and Detroit, right?
Right.
No, original 6. Sorry.
6 teams. That's
all. We only had 6 teams.
Your show of shows premieres on NBC today in 1950. Sid Caesar was one of the hosts. The writers include Mel Brooks, Neil Simon, and Woody Allen.
What was the name of the show?
Your show of shows. Buddy Holly and the Crickets record That'll Be the Day today in 1957. The Beatles released their first U.S. single today in 63, Please Please Me. Today in 1964, Muhammad Ali wins the heavyweight title when Sonny Liston fails to come out for the 7th round at the Convention Hall in Miami Beach.
Yep. Where we did Radio Row from. 2 most famous things that took place there was that fight and Nixon's
inauguration, right?
Not inauguration, but where he accepted the nomination,
or not yet,
the second time as to be the Republican nominee for president. Yeah.
David, this one's for you. Today in 72, big trade in baseball. Both players had salary disputes with their teams, so they shipped them to each other. The Philadelphia Phillies moved Rick Wise to the St. Louis Cardinals for Steve Carlton.
That worked out really well for the Phillies.
Really well.
And Rick Wise was a solid pitcher.
But he wasn't Steve Carlton.
He was not lefty.
Van Halen.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said it was 72, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Carlton in his first year with the Phillies wins 27 games for a last place team. Right. The verdict on that trade was in quickly.
Today in 1984, Van Halen's Jump. God, that's not a good song either. Hits #1 in the U.S. Eddie started playing the damn keyboard. It all went downhill from them.
It did change.
Today in 87, the NCAA suspends SMU's football program for the 1987 season. The most severe sanctions ever levied by the NCAA against a major college football program.
So somebody from the NCAA about 10, 15 years ago said, so how close did you ever come to doing it again? And they said Kentucky basketball, Alabama football. Those were the ones in which it was on the table. But we saw the damage that we did to the SMU program, and we said, yeah, we could never do that again.
Thank goodness, by the way. Today in 1989, Mike Tyson TKOs Frank Bruno for the heavyweight title. And it was today in 1995 that Frank Sinatra performed for the final time in front of a live audience. 1,200 select guests at the Palm Desert Marriott Ballroom in Palm Desert, California, on the closing night of his charity golf tournament. Bobby Riggs, Ron Santo, and George Harrison would have all celebrated birthdays today. Sally Jesse Raphael, remember her, David?
Oh, yeah.
She's 90 today.
Her face is 7.
Ric Flair is 76.
Woo!
Kurt Rambis is 67. Davey Allison, 64. Paul O'Neill is 62. Carrot Top is 60. And Joaquin Noah is 40 years old today. What did I miss, David?
I'm trying to think. The more famous / obscure career. Okay. Carrot Top or
Pauly Shore.
It's really good. That's really good. But I was thinking, who was the guy who Gallagher smashed the watermelon? Okay. Gallagher or Carrot Top?
Well, Gallagher was more obscure because he was smashing the fruit. Carrot Top just looks funny.
True. I will say Gallagher, worst breath of any human I've ever encountered in my life. We had him on live on the noon news. I ended up introing the live shot. Wow! Man! Nearly fainted.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to France for the good. How many have done the melting pot for dinner, whether it was an anniversary date or a night out, and you go do the fondue? And you always start with the cheese fondue. This is for you, David, even though I'm guessing you don't like cheese fondue because it has cheeses in it that you wouldn't like, and they put a little white wine in there. But a French cheese company set a world record by cooking 4,800 pounds of cheese fondue.
Damn.
I don't know how much bread you would need to eat all of that, But they used 40 wheels of cheese, 4.4 pounds of garlic, 3.3 pounds of white pepper, and 121 pounds of cornstarch to finish their fondue. Just give me some bread and let me go to town for about 2 hours. Let's see. For the bad, we go to Pennsylvania, where police arrested 2 men who were found drunk and asleep at a gas pump. The driver and the passenger, brothers Gavin and Joseph Saxon, were passed out drunk at the gas pump. And good for them that they not only were drunk and passed out, but they had some guns, some drugs, and some drugs paraphernalia with them too. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Finally, the ugly, we go to Lehigh Acres, where the Lee County Sheriff's Office is investigating after a man was stabbed at McDonald's. According to a post on X, deputies responded to a medical call inside the McDonald's. Upon arrival, deputies say they found a man what appeared to be non-life-threatening puncture wound to his abdomen. They are working with detectives to gather additional information, and this is an active investigation. Don't know if he was going with the quarter pounder with cheese, or a Big Mac. My guess is he probably ordered a fish fillet, and the guy behind him said, "What the hell are you doing ordering that here?"
I would have thought it was the McRib.
Could be right as well. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly. On today, Tuesday, February the 25th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com for all of the jobs available with the Cape Coral Police Department.
Okay. Gonna get the, listen, what is it? Surgeon General warnings. Okay. Warning, sometimes we give it out during the good, bad, and ugly. Children in the car may want to, turn the radio down, turn it off, what have you. Listen, we believe in the system. We do. System's 10 and 14, by the way, in the last 3 weeks. So the system's taking it on the chin a little bit. Great on Saturdays, not so great on other days. This could be a bad night for the system. We've got Miami. That's the 6-21 Miami Hurricanes. We're getting 22.5 at home against Cooper Flagg and Duke.
It ain't enough.
Do you think it's possible they realize how bad the team is that they're playing, and they don't play hard? They getting ready for Carolina over the weekend. I mean,
if Carolina were good and had a pulse, and the game, I know it means something to Duke, but you know what I'm saying. They can roll through both of these games. Put it this way, David, if I gave you in Miami in 30, would you feel comfortable?
I would. Yeah, 30's a lot. I wouldn't guarantee it, but it's still a lot. It's on ESPN tonight at 7 o'clock also. My goodness. When's the last time they aired a college basketball game where one team's favored by 22.5? Then we've got Georgia tonight. Decent team at home. Yeah, they're playing the Gators.
Huge game for the Dogs.
Yeah.
They're one of the first 4 out right now. This puts them in the tournament with the win, and they have played teams tough this year, and they're not a bad basketball team. I mean, Florida is far and away the better team, but this is a big game for the Dogs.
Dogs getting 7.5 at home. Oklahoma State below 500, getting 9.5 at home against top 10 Iowa State.
Are the 2 scores back for Iowa State? That's what I don't know. That might be why the line's as low as it is.
I don't know. I know they missed the big game
right
late last week. LSU getting 10.5 at home against 5th-ranked Tennessee.
It ain't enough.
Oh, boy. Virginia Tech, 10.5. They're getting at home against Louisville.
Yeah, it ain't enough.
No, it isn't. And I'm so glad that Louisville's back to being Louisville. I love that. That goes back to the 1980 Louisville team with me. I love Louisville basketball. Doesn't mean I hate Kentucky basketball, by the way. Remember, I grew up in Jersey. I can like both. And Pitino coached them both. So, of course, I like both. So, anyway, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 system plays tonight.
Right now.
Yeah, I would too. You do see what is on the agenda in the NBA tonight, right?
What's on the agenda?
Yeah.
Yeah.
TNT doubleheader.
Right.
Cleveland at Orlando. Did you see the nightcap?
Dallas and the Lakers.
Right. In Los Angeles. Mark, I don't know if you're aware, they made a big trade recently.
Yes, they did.
Right. So this is Luka facing the Mavs for the first time. The Lakers are 9.5-point favorites.
I'd lay it. If it were in Dallas, the point spread would be closer, and I wouldn't, but I'd lay it.
Whatever LeBron's assist prop bet is, bet the over, because this will be one of the few times that LeBron is feeding somebody else all night.
Big game in Tampa tonight. If you're a hockey fan and can make the trip, this is one of the opportunities you don't get very often. Edmonton is in Tampa tonight for a 7:30 tilt. That means Connor McDavid is in town against the Lightning.
Panthers in Nashville to face the lowly Preds. Key game for the Rangers and Islanders playing each other, both fighting to make the playoffs.
And David, tonight at 9 o'clock, the Bay Golf Club is taking on the Jupiter Lynx in TGL.
By Bay Golf Club, do you mean like out of Bonita? No?
No.
Okay.
No, I do not. Jupiter's Tigers team. I don't know whether or not he's going to play.
They're not any good, are they?
They're terrible.
Well, we don't know how good he is anymore either. Champions Tour, 10 months away. Miller and Moulton.
Racing like you've never seen before. From Jeeps that bog down to the outlaw who will defend his title. At the final race of the season, we're going Swamp Buggy Racing, Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the Bud Cup Finals for the World Championship. Tickets including VIP tour and kids prices are available at swampbuggy.com. Don't miss the season final. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park off exit 101 in Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today. and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton